Welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay, Tuesday morning, August 15th, 2023, and I'd like to call our Planning Council to order at 9 o'clock. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, excuse me, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. And for the benefit of those who may be in the room or watching remotely, again, I'm going to apologize for chairing this meeting remotely, but for your information, I'm recovering from COVID and I didn't want to share that with anybody else. And so I appreciate everybody's patience and cooperation. And also, as of yesterday, I'm going to ask that if at some point I have to step away, that Councillor Bocek will step in my stead to chair the meeting during my hopefully very brief absence, should it occur. Thank you very much. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest? I'm not seeing any indication of such. Open forum. Clerk Way, I understand that we may have a couple of people who want to make presentations during open forum.
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. I believe we have 3 people in attendance, 2 in person and 1 remote. May I recommend we start with those in person?
So we have 5 presentations?
Sorry, 3 total.
Okay, because last I saw was 2, but okay, it's a growing list. But everybody has been reminded that open forum is generally restricted to 2-minute presentations.
Yes, they have.
Well, then I'm going to ask you, because you're in the room, if you don't mind directing these folks to their opportunities.
Perfect. I believe it's you 2 in the front row, correct? No. In the back row? I don't know. Is it Mr. Winterhall and Mrs. Pounder? Is that correct? Okay, sorry. That would be lovely as well. Doesn't matter, just one with a microphone, please, and thank you. You'll just need to push the talk button. The big silver button.
Sorry to start off this way, but I just would like to request more time. And this is my request. Originally, my husband and I intended to make a delegation to this meeting to request that we be permitted to participate in the proposed mediation. In discussing that with staff, I was advised that there would be a new staff report at this meeting. However, I had no notion of the nature of that staff report, so it made it very difficult to know what details to provide in requesting status as a delegation as per the posted guidelines. However, I did request to be a delegation after I confirmed with staff that my request could be made after the agenda was available. I was also assured by staff I could make a PowerPoint presentation, hence the nature of this presentation that I prepared, and that I had 10 minutes for the presentation. So while Ms. Way did state I had only 2 minutes for the presentation in her recent emails to me, I could not make my PowerPoint presentation. There seems to be a serious miscommunication happening between staff and your written guidelines. Therefore, as per those written guidelines, under participating in an open forum, the length of time each individual has to speak is up to the chair's discretion. And I'm requesting, Mr. Mayor, that I be allowed to speak for 10 minutes, as staff initially told me I had to address council as a delegation.
I'll compromise and say 5 minutes. The open forum is just to present quick ideas. There will be discussion later on by council on this topic. And at that time, council, if they wish, and the chair allows, can also confer with members of the public.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, if I may just interrupt. I'm also listed.
Sorry, if you can, they can't hear you remotely unless you're at a microphone.
Oh, no, sorry. Turn this on.
Yes, the silver button.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm also listed as a speaker. But if it assists the council, I'm prepared to assign my time to Ms. Pounder. It seems more appropriate to have her cover the whole set of points we want to make rather than split it up. So I just offer that I won't need to speak if she gets an adequate amount of time. Thank you.
No, I don't want this meeting hijacked through a vehicle, the open forum, which is normally restricted to 2 minutes. I've granted 5 minutes. My suggestion is we stop talking about the procedure and you start presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These comments to Planning Council are on the continued township efforts to support what we consider to be a flawed special interest official plan amendment by myself, Catherine Pounder, and my husband, Bill Winterholt. We're residents of 6 Mile Lake. I just want to note in starting that on June 6th, the planning staff recommendation was that the proposed amendment was not in keeping with the current intent and purpose of the township official plan and policies, and that they recommended that the amendment be denied. We have some general comments about the nature of the proposed amendment and the flaws that we see in it. First of all, it was our concern from the beginning that the mediation process was not valid, and this we think has been substantiated by the fact that staff in trying to find someone prepared to do the mediation has been unsuccessful, or there may be one person was outstanding when I from the staff report, and that there was only one mediator was willing to engage in the process at all. And he proposed, or they, anyway, I don't know if it's a he, proposed facilitation, saying that the mediation was premature. But they also included the condition that it would be necessary to involve all interested persons, not just the Ratepayers Alliance and the Cottagers Association. And we see this as a very important part of the whole process. You can't have two groups that you don't really know who they represent mediating an official plan amendment and then come out and suggest that that represents the community of 6 Mile Lake. However, even with the most recent suggestions about facilitation rather than mediation, we suggest that spending more dollars on this proposed amendment with no reasonable chance of an acceptable OPA is not warranted in our minds, and especially given that fulsome official plan review is planned for 2024. And that comes to our next point about invalid costs. This is a small municipality. You know that better than I do because you're familiar with the dollars and cents of it. But It's our position that the township should not be spending public dollars or time catering to a special interest group. The August 15th report suggested that option 1 would cost $34,000. Option 2, $48,000. $48,000. And option 3, which is making a decision, has to involve staff time. It's a requirement, and it's necessary that council cannot restrict persons from making proposals to amend the official plan. However, what's really important about that is if we have consistent treatment of unjustified amendments by refusing them, that will dissuade further applications. And why do I say unjustified amendments? You say unjustified because they haven't provided justification in terms of the official plan that's presented to them. And that was staff's conclusion, that it was inconsistent with the official plan. The Ratepayers Alliance gave no valid justification for the proposed amendment, especially as they proposed to apply it to all the waterfront designated lands in the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community. Staff addressed the question of natural justice rights of property owners, who without their knowledge might have an amendment to the township's official plan take effect over their property in the staff report of June 6th. I would further argue that my rights will be impacted by an unjustified amendment by a special interest group if this amendment is approved. And you may think that I'm being pejorative in saying a special interest group. That's not my intention at all. The ratepayers are a group that have common interests. That's fine. But the official plan presents policies that are in the public interest. And we have to know how that public interest is going to be affected. And with no justification or very little justification presented by their professional planner, he said that he no longer relied on the Weatherall report and suggested that it was a technical amendment. That's why I'm saying there's very little, if any, justification presented to you to make a decision to accept this amendment. So staff has provided a second option, and that is that they take over and propose an official plan amendment after considering only I don't know how that works, only aspects of dwelling size. This is a flawed process. It's not appropriate for one aspect to be taken out of context, considering all the goals, without considering all the goals and objectives of the township and the lake community. It doesn't allow for the evaluation of the policies that are in the official plan now, the failures, the successes, the identification of new issues, alternative methods and strategies to implement the plan. What we need is a proper official plan review. This process suggested by staff predetermines official plan policies before the review's even initiated. Given how close we are to the 2024 official plan review, it makes no sense whatsoever to be looking at a review of isolated policies and how to deal with things in a piecemeal fashion. So in summary, in terms of option 1, facilitation rather than mediation is still flawed, and it costs a lot of dollars. And that's for a private official plan amendment, which has which is very unlikely to result in an acceptable official plan amendment. And this process will continue to divide the community because, again, it'll be taken out of context. If you incorporate it into the review, it has a chance of being successful. Option 2, the township taking on the proposed amendment, is again misguided. It caters to a special interest group. It has a cost of $48,000 and it has a flawed, narrow planning focus. And there's been no urgency established by the ratepayers group of why this extraordinary procedure should take place. Option 3, we believe this might be the best of bad options, but still the staff is recommending more delay and more public cost. We simply urge you to reject the official plan amendment as per the June 6th staff report. Keep the consideration of the issues public, support your own planners, and promote a fulsome official plan review in 2024. The majority, 156 of 212 people who wrote in about this application, don't want the character of 6 Mile Lake to be determined by a special interest group. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Oh, sorry. Sure.
Sorry, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes.
Okay, but I don't want this to go into a long conversation. A couple questions for clarification. Yes.
2 quick questions.
Yes.
First question is, I understand you've got a strong planning background. Could you just give us a 1 minute,
30
Six-
seconds.
30-second overview of your planning strength?
I worked in planning for over 20 years. I prepared official plans and zoning bylaws for small rural community, medium-sized community in Nova Scotia. I worked on district plans, official plans, and regional plans. And most recently in my career, I worked for the Niagara Escarpment Planning Commission.
Thank you for that. So with that planning background, the question I really wanted to ask you is, given that this proposal for change is coming from a group on the lake that appear to have a strong desire to move this thing forward urgently, if the township were to follow your path of waiting till 2024, we would likely end up at the OLT. Could you give us your opinion based on your planning expertise on the likely success of this group winning at the OLT versus waiting for 2024 process?
I haven't recent experience with the tribunal, but you have a well-written staff report from this municipality that suggested that the application be rejected. So they have to consider that in terms of that. It will depend really on the position taken by council. With regard to that, your staff will no doubt be there with their report at the tribunal, one way or the other. So you should consider that as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Checking 1, 2, 3. Ms. Pounder, just a few questions, if I may. The Cottagers Association, the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association, identifies as representing upwards of 450 to 500 cottagers on the lake. The Ratepayers Alliance, if memory serves me correctly, promotes membership of upwards of 150 to 200, if my numbers are correct. How many, if I can ask, do you represent on this position that you have brought forward today?
How many people do I represent?
Correct.
Well, I'm a member of the Cottagers Association.
Okay.
but I'm here representing myself and my husband.
Understood. I appreciate that. A lot of your comments this morning were based on community, and I just wanted to understand how large of a community that.
Well, in addition to that, I would say that I have looked at the surveys done by the Cottagers Association. I have looked at the responses and read them all to the circulation of this proposed amendment. So I would say that the representative comments that you receive reflect from those opposing the amendment reflect my views as well.
Okay,
Or my views
so
are
the surveys
reflect-
that suggest that there should be cap increases, you do support.
I oppose this amendment. I'm sorry, say it again then.
We'll move on. One other question, if I may, very quickly, with respect to Councillor Hazelton's question about the probability of this going to the OLT. In your professional planning opinion, should this go to the OLT, you advise that there could be a potential win or loss. I mean, we don't have a crystal ball, but I'm curious if in the event that this were to go through its normal process next year through a council-led official plan amendment, would there be anything in your professional planning experience to hinder or stop the same group from bringing an official plan amendment request after that point?
Yes. Once the official plan is approved, there's a sort of 2-year hiatus of proposing an amendment to that plan. But the ratepayers group would certainly be fully participating, I would think, in the preparation of the official plan, and their views should be reflected.
But my question was more so, and I'm sorry if I may
Well, I'm
provide
just
clarity.
answering your question directly. There's a 2-year hiatus where there's no amendments can be proposed that the official plan dealt with. And I'm not saying that very well. That's just my recollection of what the Planning Act states about that.
I understand there's a 2-year moratorium on
Yeah.
perhaps appeals, but after that 2 years lapse, the ratepayers can then reapply for what they would otherwise want to achieve in their current application, is what I'm assuming. Is that correct?
Well, it's not really related to appeals. It's related to amending the official plan on issues that have just been decided. So that, why didn't you participate in the process of developing the official plan? And it gives a little bit of relief to council, I think, in terms of protecting the official plan and not having to deal with those issues again.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody?
All right, thank you very much. I see no other hands, so Ms. Way,
May I speak, Mr. Mayor, for the open forum?
sorry, who's?
Your worship, there's one more person in the room who I didn't have listed, but that's who would like to speak.
Well, I'm going to leave you in charge, Ms. Way, of who speaks in which order, because I don't have the list in front of me.
Okay. Let's finish with the room maybe, and then.
Okay, let's do that.
If you could state your name, please, sir.
My name is Brian Edmonds. I'm a 6 Mile Lake resident. I'll just add a couple of points. First of all, the Ratepayers Association has established no urgency for its application. There is no need on the record for this to be dealt with at this time. Secondly, it was stated that the Cottager Association represents 400 to 500, and I believe the ratepayers 100 to 200. I don't think those numbers are in the record or in evidence anywhere. And as a Cottagers Association member, I can say that it does not represent me on this issue. There are a variety of stats in front of you that demonstrate the will of the lake. In the 2019 survey, which the Cottagers Association said had just over half the lake respond, then there's almost half the lake on which you have no data. Secondly, in that 2019 survey, 42% said the current building restriction should be maintained or strengthened. That's not a small group. You've already heard about the 64% who said in the 2019 survey that we must keep GFA as it is or amended, but keep GFA, 64%. In the people that wrote to you before June 6th, 74% said reject the application. The application seeks to strike out 3 metrics. It doesn't seek to amend them. The application on the record is to strike them out. Reject that application. Anybody can negotiate, talk about, present whatever they want after that. But the application before you is to strike out. Let's just move forward with option 3 if you really want to spend more money and time on this. But let's move towards rejecting this application and get on with the fulsome, comprehensive official planning exercise of next year. Thank you very much.
Mr. Edmonds, I compliment you. That was 2 minutes
Thanks.
and full of content. Whether or not anybody agrees with it, that's a whole separate discussion, of course. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Just some additional comments, if I may. I'm not going to address the membership question with respect to what Mr. Edmund feels is the correct numbers and what he feels are not. I will address the 64% want GFA. I actually cited this this metric or this data set or data point, if you want to call it, in our initial council meeting, and advised that of the 64%, the majority of those 64% wanted to see change specifically on the caps. So when you look at the survey and you understand and dissect the survey questions, yes, cumulatively 64% when you tally the 3 different or 4 different questions would want to retain GFA, however, in some form, but the majority of those respondents wanted change specifically on caps. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's next on our list, please?
I believe we have Stefan from Planscape who's on Zoom.
Okay, let's go to. Oh, no, I'm going to mess up your last name again. Sir Zerbach or something.
Fair enough, Mr. Mayor. My name is Stefan Sherback from
Sherback. I apologize.
Please don't. I get it all the time. No worries at all. Mr. Mayor, staff, members of council, Stefan Sherback, Planscaping. As you know, I represent the Ratepayers Association. A few quick points. I'm going to really try to stick to my 2 minutes. First of all, there's been a lot of discussion, confusion amongst the community. I want to just clarify that the Ratepayers Alliance has always been and will continue to be open to discussions with the community, including the Cottagers Association. Number 2, that essentially the confusion here is, or maybe I'll take a step back. The Ratepayers Alliance and the Cottagers Association share a vision. There's no wavering from that decision, full stop. They all agree on the vision of this community, and what they're looking at is getting into the weeds of a zoning bylaw amendment that tinkers with some numbers and definitions. Numbers and definitions should be in a zoning bylaw, not an official plan. There's no removal of development rights. There's no removal of a number so that there's no gross floor area discussions in this municipality. It should and will continue to be in the zoning bylaw. What this application is doing in front of you is to remove a number in the official plan related to the 6 Mile Lake area only, not the balance of your municipality or other cottager associations, only the 6 Mile, and get into a fulsome public discussion with the community, staff, and council through a zoning bylaw amendment. Ratepayers Alliance presented a draft. Cottagers Association presented a draft. We have a great start in front of you. There's many different ways to skin the cat here, and that is subject to a future discussion. And the Ratepayers Alliance have always, allowed that. So could they wait for the 2024? Yes, but let's be honest. That's going to take a full 6 months to a year before policies are in front of you. There could be issues back and forth that could take quite a long time. And with respect to the staffing needs, before we presented this application, that's why they initiated it to start this discussion. It's great that the community is engaged. That's amazing. So my suggestion to you is, to carry on with what should be sort of a facilitation discussion and a clarification of the process in front of you to present to the community to avoid a lot of the negativity and misinformation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. I think you, according to my notes, you more or less kept within the 2 minutes. So I must admit with everybody, I don't have a stopwatch, so I'm rounding to the nearest minute. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question that relates to Stefan's report or his delegation. But I'd like to pose it to our planning manager. In the case of the OP, where they request that the gross floor area be removed from the official plan document, does this at all in any way change the bylaws that support the official plan? And in other words, will the maximum cap on GFA remain in the bylaws, but be removed from the official plan?
What I would like to say is that we do have, and with all due respect to the mayor, to Councillor Bocek, is that we do have it scheduled for a wholesome discussion a little later on. And if all possible, ask that Mr. Zerback possibly stay around, and that Mr. Cracky will join us at that point in time to go through the report provided to you as a council as a whole, and put some of those maybe questions within the context of that at that time. We want to answer your question. There's no doubt about it. And so I'll write it down, whatever, but maybe at the moment we can put that into the report side of the agenda, if that's acceptable to the mayor and to yourself.
Well, it would certainly be acceptable to me, but I want to make sure that conversation happens today. Because
most definitely,
because there's some decisions that are going to have to be made by council, and they need to be informed. And I don't think that the council is informed enough on the official plan versus the official plan bylaws. And the way I see it, that if this was a successful OPA, it would remove the figures from the official plan, but they would be retained in the bylaws. In other words, materially nothing changes. And then at a later date,
Councillor Bocek, I believe that this is the discussion that should be taking place during the presentation later on in council. In other words, right now, if you have a question for clarification from Mr. Sherbeck, that's what we should be doing now, not getting in discussion with staff or the rest of council.
thank you, and I respect that comment, Mr. Mayor. I would direct my question, the same question, to Mr. Sturback.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, your question was, should the official plan amendment be supported and this removed? Are the appropriate provisions in place in the zoning bylaw? Short answer is yes, they are in place. There's definitions, there's numbers, and if there's any variances to that number, as any planning application, you point back to the applicable official plans, and you do have a number of important, strong official plan policies that relate to maintaining character in a specific area, among other matters and other planning policies. So this is not kicking the door open and changing your materially changing your official plan as it relates to maintaining character. Everybody's on the same page. The character of 6 Mile Lake is unique. It will be maintained through your existing policies. It's simply taking a number out of a policy document and keeping it into a zoning bylaw where it should be initially. Thank you
for comments. I appreciate it.
Excuse me, Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. Mr. Sherback, you have seen the 6 Mile Lake Cottages Association position and report that was released recently and circulated amongst councillors as well. Do you feel, or does your clients feel that based on that there is a strong opportunity to mediate / facilitate a common ground? And is your client under the understanding that the buck does not stop there, rather it would have to go through a public process after the fact, that it would have to come back to council for a council decision? So is your client prepared, and do you feel that there is enough common ground to mediate based on what the Cottagers Association has presented to you as we were awaiting this council meeting today?
through the mayor to the councillor, great question. Short answer is yes. I think there's a lot there to initiate a great discussion. And they provided some great points. And that is absolutely warranted to go forward through a separate public session. A facilitator, I think will sort of bridge the gap. I did sit next to a representative of the Cottage Association with your staff, and we were essentially singing from the same song sheet. And as I mentioned earlier, we're just both out of tune in terms of what each sides are doing here. Can we get there? Absolutely, we can. I think there's a very strong sense to do that. How we get there is going to be very difficult. As you know, not every lot is unique. Every lot is unique. They're not all the same. What's going to work for one property is not going to work for another. So trying to create a zoning bylaw provision that fits with an entire community is impossible to make sure everybody is the same. However, you have a planning process that goes through a public process that circulates the neighbors, that goes through a fair process, fair public process. So that will always be there. So short answer is yes, a facilitator I think is good. There's no mediation. I don't think we're at separate ends here. We're all on the same page. A facilitator to try and bridge some of these discussions and clarify the process so that everybody is understanding the process going forward will go a long way in my mind.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Yes, just more question to you, Mayor, on a point of order. I've got the feeling that there would be value in these public participants participating or being able to participate, as we may want to ask them questions as we consider this matter, which currently is a staff report, not a public meeting. And I would ask that you show consideration and allow this this conversation to kind of stop now, allow us to deal with the other matters. And then if these people are willing to stay and be available, it would be very valuable, I think, for us to have this expertise available to us to ask questions and consider their comments as we consider the matter.
This will be considered, as you know, I have a track record of it at times allowing the public to speak on files that are council consideration only when they have input to add. So I could imagine that possibility happening later today. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just sort of a quick question for Stefan. Stefan, it's delightful to hear that there's some sort of unanimity in terms of point of view. You stated that it looks like things are very close in terms of negotiation. My question to you is, this is supposed to be about a community plan, not about two independent bodies that are saying they want to see a change, or one wants to see a change in the OPA. Where's the public input? Where are the surveys that are current and related to this? I'm not seeing any of that, and I'd like to hear what your answer is to how this process is even the least bit appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, there was a survey that was conducted, and surveys can be drafted to sort of point an individual to certain direction. Surveyors are a good tool, but they're not the best tool. And again, the difficulty here is there is going to be, the process here is that there will be a full public process that the community can engage with through the zoning bylaw amendment application. That is the appropriate tool. Those who choose to participate will. Those who will not, do not. And again, we're getting down to specifics. What's going to work with your lot compared to another councillor's lot? If it's 5 acres, 10 acres, a half an acre, it's going to be very difficult to put that together. So that's what a zoning bylaw does, is it takes sort of a general approach. How do we measure gross floor area? What do we measure gross floor area? If you're 500 feet back versus 50 feet back, there's got to be different ways of treating that property. So that's why zoning bylaws are very difficult. But again, to your point, we need to start somewhere. And the Cottagers Association put some provisions forward. Amazing. Ratepayers Association, through myself, put some stuff together. I think we can blend the two documents, ship it out to the public, and let's hear what the public has to say through the zoning bylaw stage. I mean, that's the appropriate planning tools, planning policy to get to hopefully some common ground in the future. This is just the initiating the discussion based on the history of this whole issue throughout the lake.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Smith.
Maybe I'm premature now, Mr. Mayor, but if the conversation was going to continue, then the planning department would certainly wish to chime in at this time. But if there is a decision here to be able to move on the agenda and then we speak to the item further on, we will certainly address comments made by various individuals in terms of our thoughts and then on the process. So thank you.
Yes, we do have that challenge where we have open forum and it's not directly, it's for an item later on and the discussion should be later on. And with that, I appreciate your remarks. I'm going to go to our clerk and ask if there's anybody else who wishes to present under open forum.
No, there's not, Your Worship.
All right, well, then I'm going to end open forum. We've been at it for 40 minutes, so that's more time than we've given to open forum in almost every meeting in the past. So I appreciate everybody's input. And now I'd like to move on to the agenda. And somewhere in my collection, I have a motion in that regard. I did already ask everybody if there was any declaration of pecuniary interest, and I thought so. I just wanted to double check. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council adopts the planning agenda of August 15th, 2023 as circulated. All those in favor? All right, and that is carried. And we're now into our regular agenda. And somewhere, and I have to find it, there it is. I believe that means I have to make a little speech. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for 3 proposed zoning bylaw amendments and 1 official plan amendment. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effects of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided if you're doing so in person. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. O2303 and Z2307 for 87 Corrievale Road, Z23-10 for 622 Hasketts Drive, and Z23-12 for 116 Musky Bay Road. To our clerk, please.
Notice that the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the subject properties to the proposed applications and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meetings. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these matters, these applications that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
All right, thank you very much. And our first official plan amendment is for 87, and zoning bylaw amendment, sorry, is for 87 Corrievale Road. And I believe Ms. McCabe, you will be making the presentation on this.
I am. Good morning, your worship and members of council. This is a statutory public meeting under the Planning Act as has been you've been notified of. The subject property is at 87 Corrievale Road. You can see on the screen there, the location. The subject property is approximately 1.7 kilometers northeast of the Port Severn settlement area. And the subject property has a total area of 3.29 hectares and a frontage of approximately 350 meters on a municipally maintained road. The township did receive an application for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment on March 28th, 2023, which was subject to a pre-application consultation, which was completed in May 2022. At the present time, there is an existing single detached dwelling and 2 accessory structures located at the southerly end of the property. Excuse me, an environmental impact study was completed by Burke's Natural Heritage Consultants dated March 2023 and was peer reviewed by Hutchinson Environmental Sciences Limited on behalf of the township with final approval of the EIS, which was granted on June 21st, 2023. The intent of the official plan amendment is to amend the rural designation to a site-specific designation to permit the creation of 2 residential building lots with reduced lot frontages and lot areas. The intent of the zoning bylaw amendment was to amend the rural zone to a site-specific rural exception to recognize the reduced lot areas and lot frontages of the severed and retained parcel. The zoning bylaw amendment will also amend the rural zone to identify the environmentally sensitive land areas on the property as a result of the EIS process to environmental protection wetlands or EPW and environmental protection type 2 or EP2 to protect the land features that have been identified in the EIS. Upon approval of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment by the township, as well as the District of Muskoka, the owner will be required to submit 2 consent applications for the creation of 2 new residential parcels. The proposed lot lines and building envelopes, as noted on Schedule A, which is up on the screen this morning, were determined by and supported by the EIS to avoid surface water features and to avoid fragmentation of features and related ecological functions. Preliminary comments were received at the time of the writing from the District of Muskoka, who have noted that the development of the property will be subject to the findings and outcome of the EIS. Completed as the property subject to the request may contain species at risk and or their habitat as per the species occurrence data provided by the Natural Heritage Information Center or NHIC. The proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are recommended for approval by staff.
All right, excuse me. All right, thank you very much for your report. Madam Clerk, any correspondence on file that you'd like to let us know about?
One letter of correspondence was received from the Trillium Lakelands District School Board stating no comments.
All right, thank you. Are we aware of any members of the public who might wish to speak to this application? I see Ms. Lemieux on screen. Are there any other members that we should also be considering?
Yes, your worship. I believe there is a Mr. Austin, and I received a hand from a gentleman in the audience as well.
Okay, well, let's start with Ms. Lemieux, and then if you can assist me with whoever else would also like to speak. Again, I apologize to everybody that I'm not in the room, but there you go. Ms. Lemieux.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. Thank you for the overview, Ms. McCabe. Staff did a great overview of the application, so I will try and be as brief as I can in my comments. There we go. Hopefully everyone can see that on the screen now. I think I see some head nods, so thank you. Again, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having a couple of minutes here to speak to the applications in front of you this morning. Again, Morgan Planning has been retained on behalf of the owner of the property at 87 Corrievale Road Mr. Sherman, who is in fact in the audience there in person, Mr. Mayor, and may want to also provide comments after my presentation. So for those who may not be familiar, and I apologize, this is actually a little blurrier than I expected it to be on the screen, but the subject property, I'm sure members of council are familiar with this area, located just northeast of the Port Severn settlement area within the well-established shoreline and rural residential community along the Lone Pine Road, Leduc Bay area off Gloucester Pool. As staff advised, the property is currently developed in the south end of the property with a detached dwelling with some accessory structures, with the remainder of the lot to the north being undeveloped. It's important to note that the property has 350 meters on municipally maintained road. So this entire portion of Corrievale Road, where the proposed lots will be fronting onto, is provided with both snow removal and garbage pickup. So here we have an aerial image of the subject property and the surrounding area. As you can see, this area has an array of different lot sizes and lot areas, again, typified by mostly shoreline residential areas with some backlot rural residential parcels as well. So in the township's official plan, the property is considered rural with also rural zoning. Important to note, council, the blobs, I guess you could call it here, of the green hatched areas that are identified in the zoning bylaw as provincially significant wetlands. So what this did was trigger the environmental impact study that staff spoke about. So this study reviewed the property as a whole to make sure if the proposed lot creation and subsequent development would cause any negative impacts on these features, as well as the features directly on the subject property. To reiterate, these applications in front of you, council, will essentially allow the owner to proceed to the committee of adjustment for the ability to create up to 2 additional rural residential lots, resulting in 3 total lots. Again, the applications were supported by the environmental impact study, as well as a planning justification report, which goes further into detail on our planning justification for these applications. And just to point out a couple of features on the severance sketch on the screen here. So as you can see, the dark yellow area to the south will be the retained lands with the same single family dwelling and accessory structures that are currently on site. Those are not proposed to change. So the 2 new lots will be located in the northern portion of the property. The red and blue areas identified on your screen are areas that were identified through the environmental impact study process. And these areas will further be protected through the zoning bylaw amendment in front of you this morning for consideration to ensure that no structures or site alteration can occur in those areas. So when considering what the resulting lot fabric and its impact of that will be on the surrounding community, as you can see here, these lots in comparison to the surrounding area are still of significant size in our opinion. We believe that this is essentially going to be a rounding out of this existing community and provide 2 additional building lots for potential permanent residents for the community. And we do feel that overall it is in keeping with the surrounding area's character. So specifically for the applications in front of you, council may recall a recent application that our office brought forward along South Bay Road with a very similar purpose of trying to determine if additional rural residential lots can be accommodated in these parcels of land to be able to give the township the ability to increase its permanent housing opportunities. So the official plan amendment in front of you specifically is requesting a reduced lot frontage. So as you know, council, your official plan right now requires 500 feet of frontage for the rural residential designation, whereas the applications in front of you today are seeking a minimum of essentially 250 feet or 79.2 meters for the subject property. As staff mentioned, the zoning bylaw amendment is essentially seeking to do 3 things. 1 is to recognize those lot frontages. 2 is to recognize the lot areas of the severed and retained lands. And 3 is to protect those areas that we found through the environmental impact study process, again, to ensure that no structures or site alteration occurs. Here's this zoning matrix that shows council essentially the rest of the rural zone that you have, including lot coverage, setbacks, landscaped open space, setbacks to those EP areas that we are adding onto the property. We are confident that these lots will be able to still support decent and significant development to accommodate new families in the community, but also maintaining the rural character by keeping with those zone standards. Here, you have an image of the actual zoning schedule that we've submitted for consideration to council. As you can see, these hatched areas are those environmental areas that we are asking to protect through these applications. So in summary, it is our opinion that the proposed lot creation does conform to the provincial policy statement, goals and objectives. We believe that it also conforms to the general intent of district's plan. Again, the applications were supported by an environmental impact study that has been completed through the peer review process. Additionally, the lot fabric will create large rural residential lots and complement the surrounding area. As council knows, this property is well located in close proximity to local shops and restaurants and also to Highway 400. The property, again, is located along an existing municipally maintained portion of Corrievale Road, so no extension of existing services would be required. And in closing, essentially, this lot creation will be able to support the township and support you as council in further providing additional permanent residential housing opportunities, and of course, provide an economic benefit from a tax revenue perspective, while also, of course, ensuring that the environmental features on the site have been reviewed and protected accordingly. So I will leave it at that. Again, the owner is in the audience there with you today. If you have any questions for Mr. Sherman or myself, happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Ms. Lemieux, thank you very much. Councilors, shall we see if there's anybody else who wants to make any remarks before we get into questions? All right, let's do that. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else in the room there, if I can put it that way, who would like to speak to this application?
Yes, there is. The gentleman in the back, would you like to come forward? And if you could state your name as well for the record, please.
Thank you. My name's Terry Lee. I live on Lakeview Drive. I'd like to, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Deb McCabe?
Deb?
Yep.
You said that this property is on township accessible roads, but these two new lots are not on township roads. And I want to know how he's accessing this property without everybody else having to pay to make this road acceptable to where it's going to be not a problem with accidents and everything else.
If I may, through you, your worship, according to our GeoHub and GIS mapping that I will share my screen and show you, this has been identified by the district, and it's been confirmed that this is where the lots are to be in this area here.
Yep.
In the upper half, and this is a municipally owned and maintained road.
Well, then I'm going to ask when they're going to start maintaining it and snow plowing it, because they have not done in previous years. They stop at the top of that. There's a little hill there that's going down, and that's my main concern. When you add two more driveways there, this is a narrow part of a road that's high maintenance, the most used part of the road, because there's somewhere around 45 people using this road. And in the springtime, it's all potholed and everything else that the township has never maintained. And I just, I want to know how much this is going to cost me for somebody else to make a lot of money selling properties.
Through you, your worship, I will look into this definitely, and find out what the situation is with this road. But as stated, I know it is a municipally owned road for sure. And I can confirm with the, director of, the infrastructure department to find out if, where we're at with the status of maintaining it.
Okay, and I'll just state that on these properties right now, there are signs stating that it's a private road. So, the township should understand that it is not a maintained road. I wish it was, and please make it a one, and we can go from there to having the township take over Lakeview at the same time.
All right, thank you very much for that input.
Thank you.
Ms. Way, is there anyone else who any other members of the public who wish to speak to this application?
Would the applicant like to speak or no? It's up to you. This is your opportunity.
Yeah, I am aware this is a pretty busy section of the road there, as I walk down there with my 2-year-old daughter, but lots of people fly up and down that road like they own the place. But when you have the I guess the 2 additional properties that are going in there, I assume there's going to be space to put in a culvert and things like that to make it fairly accessible in that corner. Also, we've been set back from the main corner of the lot because of the EP restrictions to even put a driveway on that blind spot you're kind of talking about. So I think that part, aside from talking to the district already regarding where that road kind of ends, I'm not sure if the previous owner put up the signs for the private road or how that worked, but I know there is a private road committee or group there. So I understand you guys have put a lot of time and money into that road, but if there is anywhere of clarifying with the township, if that is I heard there's Gunner's construction that was taking care of that for the municipality, but I may be mistaken in that. So hopefully that can be clarified for everyone, but otherwise, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. If that's it for the members of the public, let's turn it over to council and see what questions council may have. Council Graziano, I've seen your hand up for quite some time.
Yeah, thank you. And through you,
conversation.
Thank you. Through you, your worship. I did have a question, but Ms. Lemieux was kind enough to already preemptively answer the question for me. But that being said, I did have an opportunity to walk the property along with Mr. Sherman in the early spring. Took a look at the lot. Mr. Sherman has assured me that he is a steward of the land and really wanted to make this work by also with also considering the environmental impacts. I took a look at this and I don't see an issue. These are back lots. They're not water access, and at the same time, the area does definitely support it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bocek, at one point you had your hand up as well. Did it disappear intentionally or unintentionally?
I think. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Hello?
Oh, no, you got to, yeah.
Okay. My hand was up and was taken down by mistake. I just have one question of clarity. The existing road, Corrievale Road, comes to a stop, or the serviced part of this road comes to a stop where the existing lot and development is. So I would suspect that there is a township road allowance beyond that point that currently is not being serviced by the township. So if the planning department can assure us that the road would be extended and serviced, that would be of great help. But if not, it would simply become, I believe, a private portion of that road and be maintained by the property owners or a road association connected to that road. Can you clarify that for me, Deb, please?
Certainly, through you, your worship. If you look at the screen, this is from the GeoHub mapping, and this black identification of Corrievale Road. And if you look at the legend on the side, it says it's township owned, right from the intersection of Lakeview all the way down, and then it of course goes into Heath Valley Trail. This entire portion is owned by the municipality. Lakeview is recognized as a private road. So this is from, as you know, this mapping is done from the district, and they have it identified in its, like, it completely as municipally owned road.
Thank you. That answers my questions, and it also creates a lot more questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, a couple of questions. I appreciate the report. Deb, you can help me here. In a couple of spots, it's indicated it's through the Township of Georgian Bay official plan and through Muskoka as well, that minimum lot size is a hectare. Yet in the chart, it indicates required rural zone minimum lot area of 10 hectares. Am I just looking at the numbers incorrectly, or is there a conflict there?
Through you, your worship. In fact, the zoning bylaw does require a rural parcel to be a minimum of 10 hectares. When you're creating a new lot in the rural zone, it has to be a minimum of 1 hectare.
Shows you how much words mean. Okay, I appreciate that. Wow. Okay, then on the mapping you gave us with the 3 lots in different colors, the retained, I'll call it the retained lot where there is development right now, that's block C. There seems to be some information missing on the map, like the actual building dimensions that currently exist seem to have been cut off, which leads me to question whether there's any environmental zone that's also been inadvertently removed from the map or just not included.
Your worship, I will let Victoria handle that, as we were discussing not long ago about the actual building envelopes.
Thank you. Victoria.
Through your worship to Councillor Jarvis, thanks for your question. For the purposes of this application, the applicant went through and got a draft reference plan completed by Dearden and Stanton to make sure that when we were coming to council and subsequently committee, that the lot sizes and the lot frontages were accurate. As part of this process, as you can see, we had a partial portion of the existing dwelling surveyed, primarily for the purposes that these applications are not seeking to modify or change or remove the existing dwelling. It's going to be staying there as is. As part of any application, if the applicant ever wanted to, add or remove or increase his existing floor area for the dwelling, at that time, we would be able to provide additional setbacks. But subsequently to that, Councillor Jarvis, as you know, being on the Committee of Adjustment, when we are able to proceed, hopefully if council is supportive of us proceeding to the Committee of Adjustment, we will be able to provide, we will make sure to provide you that specific building envelope. If you require that to ensure you make the right decisions for yourself and for the committee. But at this time, at this level of what we're speaking about, which is really just the official plan designation and the zoning for the severed lots, we didn't include the entire building, but that is something easy that we can add on for the committee portion of this process.
I wasn't so much concerned with the building. I'm just wondering if there was any sensitive land within that block that was inadvertently not included.
The EIS report did the entire property, including the area. As you'll know, if you've ever seen the property, the majority of the area in front of the dwelling is a large curved driveway area. It's mostly disturbed. I think there's 1 or 2 mature trees in front of the driveway. So there were not identified high constraint features there.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I have one more question that pleases the mayor, and that is for clarification. What the heck is landscaped open space? Do they have to mow all that?
It's basically, through you, your worship, it's basically an area that has to stay as natural as possible in order to provide for, it kind of complements the insensitive areas. So it's basically we don't want to see, or shall we say, the township does not want to see any sort of major disruption in that area. We want to keep it landscaped and looking more natural.
Yeah, I would think that's a poor choice of words. Maybe that's what we've got in our bylaw, but I would like to see something that says more natural,
Yeah.
natural state as opposed to landscape. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. So my questions are on the zoning, the rural zoning that's being proposed for these two severed lots in particular. The other lots in the area are all zoned residential. And I'm wondering, you know, if there's a benefit for these being retained as rural lots, with the exception because of the frontage, or if it would be more appropriate that they are residential lots without having any exceptions required.
Through you, your worship, I believe I'll let Victoria handle that in regards to how we came up with the potential of a rural exception.
Thank you. Thank you, your worship. To Councillor Predko, that's a great question. So as you mentioned, the surrounding area is a mixture of, there's some shoreline residential zone, there's some R1 zoning, and there is still some rural zoning more to the west, I believe, of the property. When we were considering, you know, what do we really want to achieve here? And that is trying to maintain as much as possible the existing condition of the site, being as natural as possible, the development as far away from the road as possible, things like that. When we talk about if we were to move this to a R1 zone, for instance, there would be less restriction on how close the dwelling can go to the road. So by keeping it in the rural designation, or sorry, the rural zone, for instance, we're maintaining a 20-meter front yard setback requirement versus, I believe it's set, Deb might be able to correct me, 7.5, I believe, is for the R1 zone. Same with the interior side yard setbacks. Those are actually smaller in the R1 zone. So we felt it is actually in the best interest of the community, because the lots are still so big that they can accommodate these larger setbacks to keep that rural character. If we were to put it into an R1 zone, council would see, you know, greater development closer to the road, the neighbors would see it. We felt that would be more impactful. So that's why we've chosen to keep it in the rural zone.
Okay, I mean, from my observation, those rock warrens and the sensitive wetlands kind of dictate where the building envelopes are anyway. So I didn't really see that there was too much difference between what you would be able to do. But I don't really have an issue with it. I was just curious as to why it was you were looking for the exception rather than the other route. And my only other really concern that I wanted to ask about again is the Corrievale Road, and whether or not there's you know, the unserviced servicing of the road. So I'm assuming development fees when somebody goes for building permit to develop on these two new severed pieces of property, funds will go into the development fund and become part of the reserve for development. Is that something that would then be turned over to enhance the road, improve the road?
Through you, your worship, I will let the CAO possibly answer that question.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. So if I understand correctly, and thank you, Ms. Levesque, for helping me out, the proponent would pay the development charges regardless of whether it's on a private road or a municipally maintained road. Water and sewer as well. However, from quickly a quick back and forth with the director of operations, where Lakeview, I believe, has a junction with Corrievale, that is private. However, it's municipally maintained up until that junction, where you can see the different colors of the road there. So, from what I understand, the proposal is still serviced by the municipal road and maintained by the township. When you get to that junction that goes green, that is when it becomes private. Hence some comments about saying the road is, you know, there are signs up there saying the road is private.
Yeah. Okay, so as you know, development charges and whatever would not necessarily be triggered to help enhance that road.
If I may, no.
Okay.
The development charges go to some of your other things that the development charges bylaw affected. Whatever's left in development charges these days, considering the profits change things. So at one time, libraries, things like services in general overall that went through. When you take a look at the roadway, so take a look at the property, two consents kind of thing is a quote unquote mini subdivision, right? It's a small subdivision. Consents are same as a subdivision. And when we take a look at subdivisions, we need roadways. And in cases of consents, typically the roadway is there. In some cases for consents, and possibly this one, maybe the road isn't exactly at the level we would want it to be at, just like a subdivision isn't necessarily at. So when we talk with Mr. Socash in terms of the quality of the road and all the rest of it, and we take a look at the consents, we'll have to take a look and see whether or not improvements to the roadway, like we would do in a subdivision, as in building new roadways in a subdivision, but on our consents on a municipal roadway about whether or not improvements may be warranted at that particular time through the consent process. And that is a consent agreement, kind of like a subdivision agreement that says, oh, by the way, we're good with the lots, we're good with the subdivision, but the roadway is kind of meh, and it's not necessarily the township's obligation to fix it, considering that you are creating lots or a new subdivision. But that is, I think, for committee of adjustment and for that review at that particular time, together with Brad's comments on the structure and of the road and so on and so forth in this location, considering its volume and where it sits.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Lemieux, you had an additional remark?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for those comments. I just wanted to end my comments on a similar note of we appreciate the neighbor, Terry, appreciate your comments. And we understand that there's a little bit of misunderstanding of this area of Corrievale Road, but luckily we still have a public process to go through, being the Committee of Adjustment, where Councillors Jarvis and Predko will be able to further understand the considerations of the road. And like Mr. Smith said, that is a process where conditions will be able to be issued on the properties, for instance, to make sure that there's a safe entrance permit issued by the township that considers the community's concerns, like Mr. Lee mentioned. So we appreciate all these comments, and we believe that the applications in front of council this morning are significant enough to proceed us to the Committee of Adjustment, and we will make sure before we go to the committee to get those clarifications required for the committee to consider. So thank you, everyone, for your comments.
Well, thank you. Before I see whether we can go to the vote, I just make a couple comments myself, and just overall, I think it's quite impressive how the applicant is considering creating a couple of extra additional lots. And when you consider the environmental reviews that they went through, leading to us having a more detailed and zoning consequence. We're now taking some areas that should be protected and zoning them in order to protect them, and that wasn't there before. So I think this, in my mind, we are improving things numerous ways. We're allowing for a couple additional residences, but we're also protecting the lands that should be protected, and I think that's a positive outcome on all sides. And so I thank and applaud everyone involved in doing all this work to get us to this point so that council can consider this. If there are not any further comments, and I don't see any hands raised, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaw 2023-081 for amendment XX to the Township of Georgian Bay official plan for 2 lots created by consent. And that council enacts bylaw 2023-082, being a zoning bylaw amendment, to permit an exception to the rural RU zone, in other words, RUX, allowing reduced lot frontages and reduced lot areas for the newly created lots and retained parcel, and to rezone a portion of lands from rural to environmental protection wetlands and environmental protection type 2 to ensure the protection of the sensitive identified features long-term. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, Ms. McCabe. I believe you're now going to talk about 622 Hasketts Drive. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will share my screen. Sorry. Can everybody see that okay? Okay. Thank you and good morning again. An application for a zoning bylaw amendment was received by the township on May 19th, 2023. Oh, why is that? That's funny because on my screen isn't that weird? Someone else sharing? Yeah. I can stop it and try again. That was weird.
We'd hate to make it simple for you.
There we go. That's much better. Thank you. An application was received for a zoning bylaw amendment on May 19th, 2023 as a result of a pre-consultation application in April 2023. The subject property, municipally known as 622 Hasketts Drive, is located in the southwest area of 6 Mile Lake in close proximity to the 6 Mile Lake Provincial Park. The subject property is approximately 0.91 acres or 3,703.94 square meters in lot area with approximately 58 meters of frontage on 6 Mile Lake. The subject property is currently developed with a single detached dwelling, accessory detached garage, inclusive of a secondary dwelling, shed, and dock. The dwelling is used seasonally by the owner's family, and the proposed reconstruction and expansion is to accommodate full-time occupancy of the owners in retirement and space for a growing family. The application proposes the reconstruction and expansion of the existing legal non-complying dwelling. The existing dwelling does not meet the required front yard setback to the water. Therefore, it is considered legal non-complying as per the township zoning bylaw. It is proposed that the existing foundation will be expanded mostly to the rear, the north and western side of the dwelling away from the waterfront to accommodate additional floor area. A review of the existing septic system is underway. I'm just going to pull up another map for you if I can. Oh, wrong one. Oh my goodness, everything got screwed up here. I apologize. There we go. As you can see, the existing two-story, oh, didn't change again. Not my morning. Apparently I'm not good at this. Here we go. Hopefully, there we go. I apologize. The existing dwelling you can see is in the blue outlined area on this mapping, as you can see. The new dwelling is in the yellow area surrounding this, and it's all hatched inside. There's an existing deck that is to be removed and a proposed enclosed deck on this side. There's also an existing shed that is to be removed. A review of the existing septic system is underway to determine if upgrades or a new system is required to accommodate the proposed increase in floor area. Comments were received July 12th, 2023 from the District of Muskoka, recommending that the application be deferred pending the completion of a technical study to determine how to mitigate impacts to water quality, or that the development be reduced in size so that it can be wholly located outside of the 15-meter vegetation buffer and to be more in keeping with provisions of the SR6 zone. The township has been advised by Morgan Planning and Development agent that Terrastory Environmental has been retained by the owner to conduct the required shoreline assessment and enhancement plan that is required by the District of Muskoka. Therefore, at this time, staff are not recommending any decision on this matter, but for council to take into consideration any comments and any comments made by the public as well as members of council.
All right, well, thank you very much. You're recommending deferral, but nonetheless, the public portion of this meeting will go forward so that the public has their opportunity to provide any input that they can at this point. And towards that end, I'm going to ask our clerk again if we have any members of the public who wish to speak to this.
First, I would like to say that
Oh, and
one
oh.
letter of correspondence was received from the Trillium Lakelands District School Board stating no comments. But I do believe that we have the agents, Victoria Lemieux and Lauren Arsenal, on Zoom. And there are the applicants present as well as a member of the public.
So normally we go to the applicants first. Would they like to speak or would they like to hand it over to the agent right away?
To their agents.
Okay. Agents, over to you, please.
Morning, members of the public, mayor and council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. My name is Lauren Arsenault, and I'm a junior planner with Morgan Planning and Development. I'm here today with my colleague, senior planner Victoria Lemieux, and we're available to answer any questions you may have after the presentation. Morgan Planning and Development prepared a planning justification report in support of a zoning bylaw amendment on behalf of the Latimer family, owners of the subject property 622 Hasketts Drive. The owners are looking to redevelop their existing cottage to accommodate full-time occupancy in the owner's retirement and space for their growing family. The purpose of the application is to facilitate the reconstruction and expansion of the existing dwelling on the subject lands through a site-specific rezoning. The subject property is located on the southwest area of 6 Mile Lake in close proximity to the 6 Mile Lake Provincial Park. And the property has approximately 58 meters of frontage on 6 Mile Lake with road access via Hasketts Drive. The total lot area of the subject property is approximately 3,700 square meters or 0.9 acres. Elevation on the property has gradual and steep slopes, and the land is predominated by Canadian shield rock with some mature vegetation throughout. The property is also privately serviced. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial image of the subject property, which is currently developed with a single detached dwelling, accessory detached garage with a legal non-conforming secondary dwelling, shed, and dock. Next slide. Here's an excerpt from the topographical survey showing the existing conditions on the site. The existing setback to the dwelling is 15 meters. And just to note that the proposed redevelopment will be set back further from the existing deck, which you can see at the front, thank you, which is to be removed. Next slide. Some photos of the surrounding development. Here are the neighboring dwellings to the east, which are highly visible from the water, having a limited vegetative cover. And similar to the subject properties, these lots have grass shorelands. And I'll just note that the lands to the west of the subject property are heavily vegetated, and the neighboring dwelling to the west is located over 80 meters away from the subject dwelling. Here is the existing development from the water, which has a much more mature vegetative buffer. As you can see, there's a number of trees within that front yard. Next slide. The subject property is zoned 6 Mile Lake residential in the township zoning bylaw and 6 Mile Lake inlands waterfront community within the township's official plan. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject property to a site-specific 6 Mile Lake residential SR6 zone to allow for the reconstruction of the existing dwelling. The application proposes to recognize the following zoning deficiencies. A maximum lot coverage of 11%, whereas 8% is permitted. A minimum front yard setback of 12 meters, where 20 meters is required. And that applies both to sections 441 and section 6.3, table 6.2, setbacks within the SR6 zone. A maximum gross floor area for the dwelling of 400 meters squared, whereas 190 meters is permitted. And the maximum permitted width of the dwelling shall be 39.4% of lot frontage, whereas 25% is required. I think my colleague Victoria would like to jump in and just discuss in more detail some of the design choices that were made.
Thanks, Lauren. Again, good morning, council and members of the public. First, I just wanted to reiterate to council and members of the public who may not be very familiar with our office. I will state that we do have extensive experience with waterfront development and waterfront redevelopment. Especially, I do believe, and I'm confident that we have extensive experience within the township's waterfront development, waterfront designation as a whole, and specifically within the 6 Mile Lake community. So that being said, we very much understand the need to protect the intent of these policies and, understand really the reasonings as to why they are in place for both the 6 Mile Lake community as well as the township's waterfront community as a whole. I will state that this property is one of the few unique properties that our office felt that we could support this application moving forward for some of the design choices and reasoning that I will go through now. So as staff pointed out, council, I'd like to draw your attention to the blue outlined area. So this is the existing cottage outline, with the yellow area being the proposed floor plate for the new cottage. So as you can see, the new cottage is taking advantage of as much of the existing footprint as we can, as well as expanding to the west and to the rear. Of course, though, we do have some constraints on the property to consider. One being the septic area, which is located up here in the north portion of the property, as well as the existing dug well location, which is right behind the proposed building area. It's important to mention too that this property, similar to a lot of the properties actually on 6 Mile Lake that are dealing with quite shallow of properties, this property on average is about 60 meters total in depth from the irregular shoreline to the road. So really at the end of the day, this isn't providing a lot of space from a depth perspective when it comes to having that balance between appropriate services being far enough away from the water, maintaining reasonable shoreline areas and the protection of the waterfront. So it's important to note, of course, that it was the applicant's intent through this application to, of course, minimize any removal of the vegetation that they do have on the property, both being in front of the cottage, as you saw in some of the photos, as well as to the rear. Additionally, the lack of blasting, this design has been done to essentially melt into the existing rock face of the property. Both Lauren and I were on site and were able to see how the existing cottage essentially sits on this rock bed, and the proposed design really has tried to minimize any blasting that would be required. It's important to note that, as you can see, the existing front wall of the cottage has been maintained as much as possible. This little bump out here you can see is just a small covered deck outside of the master bedroom that is proposed. But again, this is the significant distance away from the water based on the irregular shoreline. As Lauren mentioned, the existing deck is located here, which will be removed, which is closer to the water than what the closest point of the Muskoka porch is that we're proposing, as you can see here. I apologize, the black outline didn't work very well against the rest of the black on the photo, but hopefully you can see my cursor outlining where that Muskoka room off the kitchen is proposed. And of course, council, you see this all the time with these properties, the way that the building is orientated, we really are just looking for the approval to recognize this existing setback to this corner. The majority of the cottage, as you can see, is well behind this 12-meter setback, closer to actually 15 meters, I believe, for the majority of the property, which is a lot closer in context to the SR6 zoning requirements. So here we have some elevation drawings, and we do have a colored rendering which better shows in a few slides, but here would be the image of the cottage from the water side. And then here we have from the roadside. So this would be the portion of the cottage that you would see driving into the property. And then here we have the side elevation. So this would be the west elevation, and then the east elevation. And on this slide, I would like to point out to council that the proposed floor plan for this structure has been designed in a way to pull the upper loft area back as much as possible. So as you can see, essentially the back portion of the cottage is a 2-story, which is permitted in the zoning bylaw on 6 Mile, where the back bedrooms are located to the rear. And what this allows, which you'll see in the rendering, is a more of a steep slope of the roof line towards the water, which creates a better essentially visual facade of a 1-story. So we really appreciated the design considerations that went into that. So here is the proposed rendering. This has been scaled to the existing property. As you can see, this photo was taken, I believe, in the late fall. As you can see, the seasonal vegetation has been released for the year. And of course, during the summer months, this is a lot more full and green and has a lot more visual blocking of the existing property. But again, we wanted to reiterate from a visual perspective for council and the public to understand, this is essentially going to be the worst case visual scenario of the property, mostly only in between the months where the majority of the lake, well, maybe not the majority, but a lot of the lake will no longer be traveling by this property, except for, of course, snowmobiles, ice fishing, things like that. But the summer traffic will essentially not even see the property in this state. So most importantly, I would like to point out a couple of things. First, keeping our eyes on the proposed development. So as I mentioned, being able to pull the upper bedrooms to the rear of the building, what we have here is quite a reasonable scale from the lake, using items such as transom windows, as you can see here, at the lower level of the roof line. You know, it's allowing for the residents to have some additional light in their space without having the visual impact to the character of the lake being impacted. And it really, I think, to the naked eye, most people would assume that this is essentially a 1-bedroom with, you know, maybe a 10-foot ceiling. So we're confident in the client and their architect's design choices here, and we really appreciated the work and consideration that went into this front facade of the cottage. Additionally, you'll see there is one small dormer area that has been proposed here that is mostly covered by existing vegetation. And of course, the use of glass, which will help to better reflect the existing vegetation during the spring and summer months, which will further increase that visual buffering. So when we're looking here at the before and after, a couple of items that I just wanted to point out. Firstly, of course, the cottage does not feel closer to the water because it isn't. As I mentioned, the applicant and their designer did everything they could to maintain that front wall location of the cottage, which I think, as you can see here, really has shown their choices in wanting to keep as close as possible to the existing character of the property. The additional bulk, as you would maybe call it, that we're seeking through council's approval today is essentially within this roofline area that is frankly just not visible from the water for the most part. When we're looking at the existing conditions, as you can see here, the total width of development, this is the existing cottage here, of course, with the existing garage and secondary cabin structure here in the back that you can see, again, only in these winter months when the trees are not in full bloom. As you can see, the proposed cottage essentially takes up that same width. So we're not expanding the built form width further than what the existing condition is. Also, I think the biggest impact that this design has done, as I mentioned earlier, how the architect has really tried to do their best to pull down the main level of the cottage. As you can see here on the left with my cursor, the existing main floor is quite elevated here because, again, the cottage was essentially built on stilts, you can call it for simplicity purposes, over this rock bed. So what the architect has been able to do is pull this down, and you'll see actually the floor plan proposed for this structure is a really unique floor plan to work around that existing rock to be able to pull this scale down. And I think that's why we're able to achieve this almost identical, frankly, scale in front of you because the entire built form has essentially been melted down towards the ground to keep that low-lying development. Another important note for members of council who may not have been able to make it out to the site or frequent 6 Mile Lake, there is no cottage that has an immediate direct view of the front of this property. The closest one that does is about a quarter mile away off of Trans-Canada Bay Road. So that's another key to this factor of this application, is that really when we're talking about the public factor in the visual impact, we're really speaking to the traveling public for this application. You know, how does the property feel for those traveling back and forth, enjoying the water in front of this property? And it's our opinion that really, I think if to the naked eye, if this drawing on the right side would have been done in the same color scheme that the existing development had, I think it would be a challenge, frankly, for the majority of the public to even understand that there was probably a renovation of any kind based on the similar scale that is in front of you. And it is our opinion, both Lauren and I, that we do believe that the overall development here, the color scheme, the materials, the low-lying impact of the property is actually less impactful than the existing development during the winter months. And finally, I'll just mention that, again, based on the existing vegetation that Lauren was mentioning, really this right side of the cottage is all that's really visible during those summer months for the most part. So we are confident that this project will not create any further negative impact to the character of the 6 Mile Lake community. And we appreciate everyone's comments and considerations today. So I'll pass it back to Lauren to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Victoria. Just to review some of the pertinent policy, under the PPS, the subject property would be considered rural lands, and section 1152 of the PPS states that on rural lands, resource-based recreational uses, including recreational dwellings, are a permitted use. The subject property is located within the waterfront area designation, and the objectives within the district's OP require that the ecological features and functions be protected within this designation, as well that the visual aesthetics of the shorelines be preserved, and that compatible development and redevelopment of recreational dwellings be permitted. Section C2642F outlines exemption criteria that could be used in consideration for a reduction to the required 20-meter setback to the water, including where terrain or soil conditions exist, which make other locations on the lot more suitable. The proposed building envelope is constrained by rock outcrops to the west, as we mentioned before, as well as the existing well and garage to the north and the existing septic area. The proposed building envelope for the redevelopment is the most suitable location given the terrain and existing building and servicing restraints. This location results in the least amount of disturbance, vegetation removal and blasting, as Victoria mentioned, required for the redevelopment. Within the township's official plan, the property is designated 6 Mile Lake Inland Waterfront Community, and within this policy, there's policy, that restricts GFA, but there is further policy that allows for variances to the established maximum size and or width of a dwelling to be considered where evidence is provided satisfactory to the township that the visual impact of the dwelling will not be significant, which we feel has been demonstrated through that rendering that Victoria just reviewed. Section D224 of the OP provides water resource policies for 6 Mile Lake, which is classified as having a moderate sensitivity to phosphorus. The proposed redevelopment complies with minimum targets for maintaining the linear shoreline. And the OP provides that reduced setbacks from the water may be considered where on-site phosphorus management is implemented, and it's anticipated that the property owner may be required to enter into an agreement with the township, which will detail on-site phosphorus management and impact mitigation measures. In conclusion, Morgan Planning and Development feel the proposed development represents good use planning for the following reasons. The proposed development conforms to the goals, objectives, and policies of the provincial policy statement, the district's official plan, and the township's official plan. The proposed redevelopment will be compatible with surrounding shoreline residential uses as the design and built form from the lake is similar to dwellings in the surrounding area with reduced setbacks to the waterfront. The proposed redevelopment is not anticipated to have a visual impact on the adjacent properties nor from the lake, as the property and surrounding area is heavily vegetated. Subject property is not comprised of any identified natural heritage features, and the developed portion of the lot represents less than 25% of the linear shoreline area. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Victoria and I are available to answer any questions that you may have regarding the application.
Well, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this application?
I believe the applicants are present. Would you like to speak? And I have one more name, but I don't see them here.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor and Council, please put me on a 2-minute time limit. In any event, I think Lauren and Victoria have explained it quite well, as Ms. McCabe has. And we're excited about getting this process through and getting the cottage built. We've been on the lake since 2006, and we've seen what's happened around the lake and the what I think is very compatible developments that have occurred, and we've tried to live up to what others have done, and we hope we'll be proud of it, and the township will be proud of it as well.
I think you were under 1 minute. But thank you very much.
Keep going. I'll sing that song.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to make any comments on this application?
None present, Your Worship.
All right, with that, I'm going to go to our starting lineup of same 3 councillors that started the last discussion. So we got a pattern going. Let's see if it continues. Let's go, Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, a couple of questions that I may have. First and foremost, if I may say, it's great to see that the Latimers have chosen to retire on our lake. I also want to take note that one of the reliefs sought here today is GFA in order for them to realize their retirement goals. I did have a few questions. One to our planner, Deb. Deb, if in the event that this were to pass today, we would still, or the Latimers would still be required to have an EIS completed before, I'm assuming, the next stage of development, or are we asked, or are we being suggested, or there's a deferral rather being suggested to wait for that EIS to be concluded?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct. It's being recommended that we wait because it's being asked for by the district. We want to ensure that if anything that comes out in that EIS that has to be implemented into the zoning bylaw amendment, I think it's beneficial that we wait to make sure that we have correct verbiage and things like that that have to go into that zoning bylaw amendment.
And if in the event that a deferral is passed here today, how long would it take for this file to return? Is that dependent on the EIS study and its submission to us?
Through you, your worship, I know the agents for the applicant have retained somebody and to start the process. So it's going to be up to the actual company that's doing the work. I'm hoping, I don't know if Victoria can add further to this of where they're at in the process, but I would like to get it back definitely before the end of the year, that's for sure.
Okay, so this way they can commence, assuming for beginning of next. My next question, and this question is directed to Victoria, if I can. One of the views, or one of the actual, and I'm sorry, the plans showed multiple buildings on this property. Can you pull up perhaps or share your screen that shows how many structures are on this property? Because I thought I saw a few sheds there. There's also a garage with another livable space, I'm assuming. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that is correct. Let me just, sorry, I'm just getting my screen share going here. Here we go. Hopefully you can see that now, Councillor Graziano. That is correct. So as you can see here on the survey, and I apologize, it's a little challenging. Actually, let me see if I can zoom in here for council's benefit. So yeah, so there exactly.
A wood rack, another shed.
So this shed here, council, is proposed to be removed. That is, I believe, and the applicant can confirm, but I believe it was essentially an old wood shed that they no longer require. This structure to the rear is an existing garage that does have an existing bunkie attached to it. In our submission, based on the zoning bylaw language, we do consider it to be an existing legal non-conforming secondary dwelling because there is a small kitchenette in there, and we are recognizing the fact. But this structure has been on the property, I believe, since the 70s. The applicant might be able to expand on that, but this is a legal non-compliant structure that the applicants are hoping to retain on the property, and we did analyze the application in front of you today, assuming that those structures would remain in place. So the lot coverage, all the setbacks, things like that, Councilor Graziano, were considered with these structures in place.
And the rear shed that I see just north of, or what I assume would be, well, yes, looks like north, that is being retained as well as the wood rack?
That's my understanding, but John, maybe he could chime in and reiterate what he's intending to keep. That'd be great.
It's an outhouse.
It's an outhouse.
It's an outhouse.
Understood. And I'm assuming that septic would still
not used. Even my wife won't use it.
Nostalgic, I'm assuming. I'm assuming that septic and I'm assuming that septic would be required, given that there's a kitchenette in the bunkie, to be sized appropriately. Has septic considerations been made at this point in time, or are we still too premature here?
So through your worship to Councilor Graziano, and John, please feel free to jump in if you wish, but absolutely, before any building permits would be issued on this property, part of that process is obviously ensuring that the septic system is appropriate size for all potential living spaces on the property, not just the dwelling. So the septic right now currently services both the main dwelling and this bunkie structure, and it will continue to do so.
And one final, if I may, my hat's off to your architect, fantastic design. The only concern that I have here is that I'm not seeing in the renderings any vegetative buffers in the front of the home. Has there been any consideration with respect to perhaps planting a vegetative buffer in front that may help with any runoff?
Through your worship, Councilor Graziano, that's a great question. For council's understanding, we had this rendering completed. It was quite a task for this to be completed, and we were prepared to potentially do a secondary rendering for council's consideration with the additional plantings. But of course, we don't know yet what the results are going to be of this environmental review of the property. So we did want to refrain from, we don't want to show anything that is not going to end up being there. So we wanted to make sure that we hold off from showing any additional vegetation until that work is completed. Just for your reference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just to add to that, so these pictures were taken late winter, early spring. There was some discussion with Victoria and Lauren and myself whether we should do a summer picture, but then you wouldn't have seen the rendering because of vegetation. But if you look at the garden to the right of the steps coming down, that's actually on rock, and there's about 6 inches of topsoil on that rock, and we've created a garden, and it's a flower garden. It's not, and on the left side of the step is where the deck is now that will be removed, and that deck is built on rock. So pretty much the front area is rock, and even to the left of the proposed building is rock. And then the grass is again on top of rock.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amy, all right, thank you very much. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to congratulate the applicants and the work that has been done by the planning company. I did have the opportunity to visit this family. Spent a great afternoon with you, as a matter of fact, with my wife. We did walk the property. We looked at everything. And I can tell you that most of the direction of this build was by the owners and not by the planning company. They're the ones that really wanted to minimize the impact of the visual view. They wanted to push backwards instead of forwards. They're basically maintaining the same front yard space or from the distance from the water. I think this is a good build. I think it was very carefully thought out. And I spoke to a number of people on the lake, and there was no concern with the visual effect that this is going to have. So I support this application, and I wish the folks the best in their build, and know how difficult it is to move from a city area into an urban area and try and supply space for your family. So I can appreciate that as well too. So I have no concerns with this, and I look forward to the rest of the steps to bring this to fruition, and hopefully all the committees moving forward feel the same way. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I know the recommendation here is to defer, and I think I agree with that. My concerns will be with, as noted earlier, the relief from GFA requirements with and total lot coverage are issues for me. The setback, I understand. I think it makes sense that when you've got a foundation already in place, it probably is more detrimental to try and remove all that and move everything back than to build on what is there. I really appreciate the planner's schematic showing what the building would look like from the water. It's amazing what IT can provide these days, and that's nice to be able to see that aspect of it. But again, I will go back to my concerns with regards to the fact that it's legal non-complying as it stands. And here we are increasing GFA and total lot coverage. And that bothers me. And I'm wondering if maybe we should be waiting for whatever we're planning to do with 6 Mile Lake, or what 6 Mile Lake cottages are planning to do with their OP before we go any further on this one. But pending the deferral, I guess we'll be getting more information later on anyway. So my questions hold for the moment, but those are my concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you for the report, and thank you, Mayor. I don't want to repeat what has just been said by Councillor Jarvis, so I won't, other than to say, to me, this looks like it's about a 45% greater amount allowable in square footage than should be allowed, according to lot coverage. This is a 0.9 of an acre lot, going from 8% to 11%. Very concerning. I realize we're not, it's not being recommended that we pass this today, but that represents a very large concern to me. This is way outside what the current plan allows. I'd also like to know why this wouldn't be an official plan amendment, as I don't know that that's what's being asked for here. If I missed that, I apologize. But if it were to come forward, I think it should be an OPA. But it is way outside, and I think we're also waiting for the 6 Mile Lake community to speak. And that's another issue that is before us today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. So, I also don't want to repeat what everybody else has been saying as well, but it is a very nice looking design. I don't think there's any question about that and how it's trying to integrate into the landscape. What I did note was on the planners, the third-party planners, Victoria and Lauren's presentation, I think on the conclusion, it said that it was less than 25% lot width, and our planner's report says that it's almost 40%. And I just want to confirm which number is correct.
Ms. Lemieux.
Through your worship, thank you to Councillor Preco. Great question. Sorry for the confusion there. In our conclusion, we were stating that the proposed development disturbance area is less than 25% of the shoreline area. So the area within 20 meters of the shoreline, it's well within the permitted 25% permitted disturbance area within the shoreline, which is another zoning provision that applies. So apologies for the misunderstanding there. It is different than lot coverage.
Okay, thank you. And then again, on the GFA, the comments made by the previous two councillors, this is a large increase. Do we know what the current GFA is on the existing cottage and the number of bedrooms? 145? I just want to note that we are working towards a 6-bedroom home, so it is a substantially larger development than we have seen on some of the other applications. And I think the comment to going back to a planning amendment versus a zoning amendment might be appropriate when we see this again, if it gets deferred today. Thank you.
Through your worship, I'd like to just defer to the owners if they can speak to the existing conditions of the cottage.
Thank you. Sure.
Just the scale of the increase that you're looking at today.
So I think what puts us offside, well, let me step back. We bought the cottage in 2007. And what is there now is what we purchased. We haven't added anything to it. The cottage, the original cottage has been expanded. The original cottage, which is still there, was built in the 50s. 2x4 construction, even the roof. A number of things need to be replaced: windows, decks, doors, siding. It adds up, and so we decided to move forward with this proposal. The cottage, the existing cottage, included a 3-car garage, and that's part of the GFA, as I understand. And it's a fact, it's there. And so what we want to do is build a new cottage with some expansion. We're expanding the kitchen, the dining room, the living room, essentially, and putting a 2nd story on. We're still maintaining a 3-car garage. And I've been in the development business for 45 years, and every municipality is different as to what is GFA and what isn't. But I think it's more important, and we heard this earlier during another discussion, is the character of the lake, the views, and so on. So I think GFA is one aspect to our proposal, but the more important aspect, in my opinion, is what we're proposing. So I don't know if that's answered the question, but that's how I feel.
All right. Councilor Graziano, you had an additional remark?
I do, yes, and thank you through your worship. I also, like Councillor Bocek, had an opportunity to visit this property and get an extensive view from both the outside as well as the inside. And I have to say, based on their application specifically to retire, this is not habitable. You walk into a kitchen that is immediately there. It is a tiny kitchen. Their internal structure is multiple different levels with different rooms at different levels to accommodate the surrounding areas. And it is a very small and modest footprint as it currently stands. I understand that they're looking to make it one level as perhaps their age hinders their ability to climb stairs, bring it all into one solid level, as well as to be able to live in the unit and the footprint going forward. So similar to Councillor Bocek, I've been there, I've seen it, and given their current constraints, I feel that they would have some serious issues living in this going forward.
Okay, and Ms. Lemieux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't take up too much more time. I just wanted to reiterate on a point that a couple of councillors made, which is absolutely a valid question and consideration regarding the other activities that are happening on the 6 Mile Lake, within the 6 Mile Lake community right now. Just to reiterate on behalf of our clients, we feel that as much as that work is, of course, very important work that's happening right now, at the end of the day, as I think every councillor in front of me can agree, that regardless of that work, just as this site is, every site is unique. Every site has different needs and different features and different existing conditions. Regardless of the process that's happening on the 6 Mile Lake Community Association side of things, I think that wouldn't really affect the fact that this family is looking to move forward with coming up with a full-time residence that works for their family. And we will take in all of your comments and considerations today before we come back to council. So we appreciate those. And to Councillor Predko's comment, we can also make sure when we come back to council that we will do a better job for council understanding kind of the before and after of the specific GFA increases and where that's happening and why. So we will obviously, we have a little bit more work to do and obtain the results of the EIS work before we come back in front of you. But we do appreciate that council is considering this application on its own individual merit, while respecting that the 6 Mile Lake Community Association is underway, you know, as a whole. But we do feel confident that this should continue as a site-specific application. So thank you very much for your comments today. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Council, I'm going to read the resolution, but I'm going to ask all those in favor of a deferral when I call for the vote for your information, and we'll see how that goes like that. I appreciate that the recommendation is a deferral myself, because as once they get the reports completed, then that may determine, that may change the application to some degree, depending upon what they learn when they get the environmental report in. So I think that's important to wait for that. But I think we also have to recognize is that they're proposing a construction that is going to be, in the range of a 4,000 square foot home. And I think that is something that, it's interesting to consider this application in light of all the other deliberations that are going on with regards to 6 Mile Lake and other areas, and just to have some sort of called perspective or put things in a bit of a context. With that, I have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council defer the decision of zoning bylaw amendment file Z23-10 to rezone the subject property from the 6 Mile Lake residential SR6 zone to a site-specific 6 Mile Lake residential zone as per zoning bylaw 2014-75 as amended, pending the completion of a technical study to determine how to mitigate the impacts of water quality, or that the development be reduced in size so it can be wholly located outside of the 15-meter vegetation buffer, and to be more in keeping with the provisions of SR6 zone as per comments received from the District of Muskoka, and that staff report and the staff report and subsequent bylaws be brought back to a regular meeting of Planning Council. So again, I guess let me confirm, because it reads to defer, I'll ask all those in favor when I call the vote. But before I do that, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd just like to point out that there's a lot of pieces still to be filled in here. and it was stated earlier that this is the public meeting. The public won't know all the facts, and neither will we until everything comes in. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't understand why this is a public meeting. I think really we need another public meeting when all the information has been gathered. I'd like to see that as an amendment to this resolution.
Council, anybody else want to back Councilor Graziano?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would respectfully disagree with Councillor Cooper in that the only information we are waiting on is an EIS study and to determine whether or not there's going to be impacts to the water as well as the surrounding area. I personally feel that that study would not impact the overall nature of the unit and or the requested development. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Planning Act, Section 3417 speaks to this kind of concept. The Planning Department will be taking a look at how the section is written, what we see at today's meeting as a public meeting in terms of presentations from the Planning Department, from the applicant, hearing from the applicant and having a chance to hear from the public, both from a verbal perspective here at the meeting and from a written perspective, and to see whether or not it meets the requirements of 3417, which would allow the Township Council to move forward without a public meeting. We need to take a look at the clause. We'll take a look at today's proceedings and see whether or not, in our opinion, it meets the rigor of that clause. And if it does, then we would bring forward a report. If it does not meet the rigor of the clause, then we will schedule a second public meeting. But I think at the moment that is left to the Planning Department in terms of its interpretation of the Act, in particular 3417, if anybody would like to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bochek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, if you would indulge another question of clarity, perhaps from our planning department, could you, or through Ms. Lemieux, could you tell me the square footage or square meters of the dwelling itself versus including the garage, just the actual dwelling?
Are you talking the existing dwelling?
No, the new build.
Through your worship to Councillor Bochek, thank you. The gross floor area, the maximum gross floor area that we're requesting, which would only apply to the new dwelling. So it would not include the garage or the bunky structure that has a small kitchenette in it. It is just under 400 square meters. We did round up to 400 square meters just for the ease of application purposes. You know, things happen during construction, but I believe it was around the 390 mark that we did round up as part of this request. So from a lot coverage perspective, though, for clarification, that does include, like Councillor Graziano and I were discussing earlier, that does include the garage, that does include all the sheds. So those two different values would be 400, and then the lot coverage would be 11%.
Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if I can ask the same question, but only the existing now. So what is the difference between the existing versus what they're requesting? And it may have been in the report, but if you can quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I got that page up from the report. The existing dwelling is 1,563 square feet or 145 square meters. So they would be not quite tripling, 2.5 times what they're building is at least 2.5 times what they currently have. Just to try to put a scale on it. But it's going to end up at just over 4,000 square feet or about 400 square meters.
4,200.
You're not muted, by the way, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I'm just clarifying, it's actually 4,267.
Okay.
Thank you. Square feet.
All right. Do I need to read the bylaw, sorry, the motion again? So I'm going to ask all those in favor of a deferral. So if you vote in favor, you're voting for a deferral. All those in favor of deferral, please raise your hands. And I have enough hands going up to say that that has carried. Thank you very much.
Mayor, am I permitted to make a brief comment?
Yes.
So I just wanted to highlight, and this is perhaps some feedback for our planning department. The numbers for this application are really scary because of their size. But when I see the rendering, I'm very inclined to say that makes sense. And so I'm not sure that we have a way to quantify the difference, but from a design standpoint, I think that put it this way, what I see in the rendering to me is very acceptable. When I see the numbers and I see what other people have done with those kinds of numbers, they scare the H out of me. So somehow we've got to find a way from our planning department's perspective and for applications, when somebody is bringing something forward, there has to be some other factor that we can consider outside of the numerics that allow us to say, this makes sense in that particular circumstance. And I don't know what it is, but I just kind of put that out there as a challenge, because what I see that these people have brought forward makes a whole lot of sense. And yet I see similar numbers in other circumstances and it makes no sense.
Your worship, if I may build on that.
No, I don't want to get into a long discussion on planning policy at this point, because I don't think that's the intent. Instead, what I will do is I will call a break, because I think we are due for a break. And I'd like the meeting to then reconvene at 11:30, please. I have 11:16 on my clock at this point. So 11:30, please. Ms. Way, are we about ready to roll?
We have quorum, your worship. We're just missing one member.
Okay, well, let's go ahead then. It's 11:30. And I believe our next application is regards to 116 Musky Bay Road, and that Mr. Smith will be presenting this information.
Yes, that's correct.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council. Find the right report. My apologies, I'm looking for the correct, no, there's not looking for all windows. Right. Mayor Council, file Z2312 for 116 Musky Bay Road, Cunningham and Roosen. The subject lands are located on Township Road, is known as Musky Bay. In 1990, the township approved a similar rezoning to its 1972 zoning bylaw. That was not carried forward into the 91 zoning bylaw and therefore was not brought forward into 2014. What we have is a series of little mistakes, not carried forward, anything that's happened over a number of years. So back in 1990, they did a rezoning. Okay, that 1990 rezoning was done to the 72 bylaw. Okay. When they passed the 91 bylaw the next year, they didn't carry forward the zoning they just did the year before. Okay, and then when the 91 bylaw went to the 2014, because it wasn't in the 91 bylaw, of course, it didn't get carried forward into 2014. The property owners in this particular case have come forward and said, well, okay, way back in 1990, we did a rezoning. It changed the zoning on our property to residential. What the heck happened to it? And we said, well, it didn't get carried forward into 1991. Sorry. And since it didn't get carried forward into 91, it didn't exist in 2014. So they have provided an application to rezone the property or portion of the property from the M1 zone to an R1 zone. Overall, we find that the zone is consistent with the provincial policy statement. Okay, it's good planning in keeping with the intent and purpose of the district official plan and the Georgian Bay official plan and zoning bylaw. It is a down zoning from M1 to R1, which in some cases is not a bad thing when you're not on sewer and water and somewhat of a residential cottage area overall. The bad thing is pretty tough to get an M1 zoning in place. Okay. And in some cases, people are very protective of that in the sense of trying to sell a business or to establish a business in some case attached to your house or in close proximity to your house. Pretty tough in some areas. So there's a bit of a good and bad in some respects with the down zoning in this respects, but the property owners have requested in this particular case. This is the location of the property on Musky Bay Road. We're talking about parts 1 and 2 out of a larger piece of property. And here on this particular attachment, you can see in red, a little tough to see. How about that? Yeah, that didn't work. The red is the part that's going to be rezoned from the M1 to the R1. There is still some M1 out there. Okay, they didn't ask for anything else. Okay, so this is what we're dealing with at the moment of this particular chunk of the property. Based on our review, the planning department recommends approval of the zoning amendment. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, this time I recall, is there any correspondence you wish to report to us?
One letter of correspondence was received from the Trillium Lakelands District School Board stating no comments.
And are you aware of any members of the public who may want to speak to this application?
I don't believe they're present. They are not present. So I'm looking at the lone last person who hasn't come up at all, and she's shaking her head. So they're not present, no.
All right. That means that we will then turn it immediately over to council, and I see Councillor Bocheck's hand raised.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll direct my question to our planning department. During this whole process of mistakes, has there been a consistent property owner?
Yes.
Okay, and the Roosen family, I know, own the property immediately adjacent to this too, but they are not connected in any way. This is a standalone application and doesn't affect any of the property on the opposite side of the road.
It's just, as you can see, the red property on the quote unquote north side of the diagram we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing any other councillor hands raised at this point, or did I just? Oh, there's Councillor Jarvis.
I mean, while I find the hand to put it up, sorry. I'm curious, it looks like this part one of that portion is was road allowance. So I presume they own the road allowance.
No.
Pardon?
No, it belongs to a property behind. So it's a little screwy, yes, to say the least. Would you mind, want me to share again, or who brought the share down? I guess it's mine, right?
Is it possible we're compounding things by?
No, well, we can only deal with the application itself. All right, so
Okay.
what you're seeing, I'm gonna try and zoom in a bit more here. This, you can see the blue, a red
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
Which is the property we're talking about, and then the blue again. This blue here, that little skinny piece, is tied to the OS1 back here, to the RU7 back here. It's not owned by so they couldn't make application to change it. So is the blue right on that old road allowance? Probably not.
Oh. And survey wouldn't be appropriate to confirm everything just before we.
No, we're good with the survey. It's attached to your package.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we know exactly what we're changing for zoning. It's attached in their survey part 1 and 4, whatever, sorry. This one here.
Yeah.
So as you can see here, this where my cursor is, that's the other blue part. That's outside of the parcel that we're talking about, which is 4 and 1.
But basically part 1 and part 2, there's some question as to actually who owns those?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so they don't belong to the property behind. They belong to the people that own part 4, and well, one is owned by the same people as part 4.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
All right, excuse me. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions that anyone has for our planning staff? Mr. Smith in particular. Okay, not seeing any hands raised. I have moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Council enact bylaw 2023-XX. I don't know if you have the XXs for me yet. Nope. Being zoning bylaw amendment Z23-12 for 116 Musky Bay Road, thereby amending map number 143 of Schedule A of the Township of Georgian Bay Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2014-75 as amended to rezone the subject lands from Industrial Exception 1 M1 zone to Residential Type 1 or R1 zone. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And that, I believe, ends the public meeting portion of our gathering today, which means we're now going to go into the staff reports section. And the first staff report is regards to a consent agreement for 2013 Duffys Lane. To our planning department, Mr. Smith.
There's a condition there. So this is file B22. B 22-22A and B 22-22B for 213 Duffys Lane for the Ennis. These consent files have been heard previously by the Committee of Adjustment and are subject to provisional consents in April of this year. The Committee of Adjustment in April did establish a condition requiring the applicant to enter into consent agreement with the township. Township staff have prepared a Township of Georgian Bay consent agreement template. It has been shared with the applicants. It's very similar to the other ones, and it's multiple pages long, okay, of legalese, which is why we haven't shared the template with you. But we can't enter into an agreement on a consent agreement in this particular case without the mayor and the clerk's signature. So we're looking for the approval in this particular case for the mayor and clerk to sign a consent agreement as recommended by the planning department with Ennis for 213 Duffys Lane.
All right, thank you very much. Council, any questions? Not seeing any hands raised. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign a consent or severance agreement as recommended by the planning department with Ennis for 213 Duffys Lane. All those in favor? Am I seeing enough hands? Madam Clerk, are enough hands raised there?
They are, they're just not putting them all up at the same time.
Oh, and then because I have, guess somebody's sharing their screen, I can't see
Yeah.
them all either. So, all right, I'll take your word for it and I'll say that is carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Kratky, you want to talk about 6 Mile Lake Planning Mediator update? I'm sure this will take no longer than the prior item we had in front of us.
I hope so, Your Worship.
I'm looking forward to some good discussion. If you could lead that off, Mr. Kratky, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly. Through you, Your Worship, I'm going to share my screen now. Thank you, Your Worship, councillors, members of the public. Council Resolution P 2023-51 asks township staff to retain a planning mediator to address the gross floor area amendment per O2203 between the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance and the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association. We set about trying to do so by starting with a list from the Ontario Land Tribunal as sort of the preeminent source of planning mediators in the province. And the OLT did provide us with their list of planning mediators. 2 of the OLT planning mediators declined. 1 OLT planning mediator was only willing to consider the assignment if a broad-based phased public facilitation was substituted for a mediation. After that, we moved on to a list of 3 senior or senior retired registered professional planners from 3 different areas of expertise: provincial government, former MMAH leader, academia, a professor who has studied planning mediation and facilitation, and a large planning firm and their lead planner who had access to their entire staff. Unfortunately, all 3 of those also declined. Subsequently, we had a discussion with Peter Pickfield, who has proposed a planning lawyer with planning, mediation, and OLT experience. However, that person was away on vacation and did not return until this week, so we do not yet have an answer. Staff were obligated under the resolution that council passed to come back to you at this meeting with a report as to our progress. That is the progress. As a result, we are recommending either an option 1, which is the broad-based facilitation that the one OLT planning mediator suggested, and I believe would be willing to accept the first phase given the budget that was set for them. The second is, instead of an official plan review of the entire community plan for 6 Mile Lake, we heard council's concern about the cost of the contingency for my time being taken away from planning development applications and moved to that file. Or the other choice was, of course, a planning consultant, a consultant team leading that. So we looked at simply an official plan amendment only about the size of dwelling policies, but township led under section 17, where there would be studies, as you could see at the upfront in this section here, of just those specific areas. So there would be some background study, unlike perhaps some of the understanding that's been discussed earlier today, but it would not be looking at the wide range of policy options to GFA or other sizes of dwellings. And it would also not be looking at all the other aspects of the 6 Mile Lake Community Plan. And then finally, a third option, which would be simply to return to the consideration of the application before council, which is to delete subsection F.5.9.7.3 of the official plan. And that application is known as file number 02203, submitted by the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance. In the report, we've provided council with a comparison of 2 budgets for comparison with the earlier 2 budgets that were looked at by council in July 11th. Clearly, there is no additional budget required for continuing processing of 02203 because that is what we do here. So that is not requiring you to consider any additional budget. The consultant facilitation does look at our expectation, and only ours, that there would be additional phases to the facilitation, that the facilitation would not end with phase 1, that you would receive a phase 1 report, but that there would be additional phases. We've suggested for budgetary purposes 3, and that those phases would have an approximate cost of about $34,000 in total. The in-house OPA suffers from the same cost overruns potentially as the other 6 Mile Lake Community Plan Review. And that is that if the township staff could no longer attend to all of the development applications and other files that we were responsible for, that there may be the need to backfill staff time with consultant time. And for the purposes of this, we've looked at it in the same fashion as we did in earlier, where it's simply a percentage of the staff time. We do not intend to spend that money, but it is reasonable to assume that there might be some cost overruns that would fall within that budget. So finally, just as a recap, staff are recommending that council resolve one of the following. Option 1, a phased public facilitation regarding 02203. Option 2, a township-led 6 Mile Lake dwelling size official plan amendment under section 17 of the Planning Act. Or option 3, consider and make decisions based upon the public input, staff input, applicants, experts input, and continue the public process regarding 02203. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would like just to add a couple additional points. I'll ask Jeff to go back to the budget line, if you don't mind, or the table. the option one and option two, and I know we talked about this the last time, and there was certainly concerns about dollar figures, and that time we did not provide council with a way to fund them. And that was a mistake on our end. You know, talking with Greg and with the director of finance, there are monies in this year's budget which have not been spent. That is good overall, right? It speaks to your overall budget, the issue at the end of the year, that monies that aren't spent go to deal with overruns maybe in other areas, which is always good, or maybe a surplus at the end of the year, which, you know, every council is happy to see to some degree. In this particular case, we do believe that there's monies available within the current approved 2023 planning budget to do the work in option one and option two. And as I said, option two, as Jeff pointed out, is a contingency fund, not an actual spend fund. So if there was concern that we needed to approve additional budget monies for any of those two options, and I think we are good at the moment with unspent monies that do exist within the budget. So we just wanted to add that to the mix. Lastly, is we do recognize as we that the motion made in July stands on the table. Okay, and that there is, is, and still is an expectation that staff will go away and put that motion into effect, of which we have tried. And that's where part of this report is about, the response that we got to engaging individuals that we consider to be experts in their field. We did not go out to Bob. Okay, we went out to people that do it for a living, who took a look at the particular issues and said, we have some particular concerns about how this is moving forward as a community within that. And that's why we're not back here with the terms of reference with an individual at the moment. We don't have one. Not to say that we, as Jeff pointed out, we're still pursuing that. Okay, within that in terms of the original motion. But we do see within this some directions that you may wish to consider. We did not make a recommendation to you, considering there's an existing motion, resolution passed on the floor. But we did provide, in terms of at least option one, a broader concept, okay, within that, and some slight wording changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Council, the staff has put in front of us 3 alternatives to consider. And I'm sure that we've heard input from the public this morning, and I am sure that you have some questions or comments, and I'm going to start with Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a quick question before I get into my main questions. David, who's Bob?
Bob and Sandra and Jane and all the rest of it are planners out there who are laying a shingle out to our planners, but do not necessarily have an expertise in facilitation and the level of planning background that we would be looking for to engage. So we don't want Bob. We are looking for a level. We have been looking for a level of individual expertise that's higher than Bob's typical level.
Yeah, and thank you for that. You're clarifying exactly what the point I'm trying to make. We had a group of non-Bobs come together as what I would call an ad hoc or working group. It gave us some very good advice on community plans and amendment to those. I have not seen one reference to any of that work in this report. Could you explain to me why that is the case?
So this report is strictly in response to the resolution that council approved at its last meeting. And we are not rewriting anything that went with the development review of application O2203 unless we receive new information. And thus far, although certainly on June 26th per council's previous resolution, we did ask for a meeting and did have a meeting with both the Cottage Association and the Ratepayers Alliance. And of course, with today's report, there are letters that have been submitted to council from both of those associations. Planning staff and myself in particular am not yet aware of any substantive discussion regarding the actual application before council, which is to delete a part of the official plan. There's a great deal of discussion about a future yet to be made application to amend the zoning bylaw, but that is not what staff can direct their comments to.
If I may, Councillor Cooper, through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. I sat here, we did hear from the individuals who presented to council or planning council suggestions as to how community plans should be reviewed or processed or looked at in the future. And within that, there was recommendations to council, suggestions to council, since it was not adopted or passed or any resolution regarding surveys and the level of surveys and who should prepare them and consultation, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you for that. Thank you to those individuals. And if you, I'm not going to ask Jeff to bring it back up, but some of those concepts we have certainly not resurrected, but contained into our option 2 in terms of how to speak to community. But at the moment, those are suggestions from the community as to a very specific way of moving forward that has not been adopted by council and within that. So, thank you.
So thank you for that. I will have other comments about the sort of the go forward situation in this regard specifically. But primarily, a lot of the things that we heard from our local experts, 2 very senior planning lawyers and 2 very senior planners, that indicated to us that there's some good ways to do these things and the practices that have been followed at the township in Georgian Bay and practices more recently, and especially pertaining to 6 Mile Lake, which have not been followed. So I'm just trying to point out that we have been given some guidance, and I failed to see any reference to that. But having said that, without community input, this is about community plans, regardless of all the other technical, legal, et cetera, et cetera. It's about the community and their plan, and I don't see that the community has been consulted. And I just, without that, I think we've got the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Point of clarity, Your Worship, if I can.
You may.
Given that you're not here right now, we just experienced a bit of a power dip. And I'm wondering, can we verify that we're still recording? Including audio? Thank you.
It says it's still live, but regardless, it's still recording. So even if there's a dip in the stream due to connectivity, we'll still have the recording that we can put up after, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't conscious of that from my end, but then again, I'm not watching from the YouTube perspective, so I can't tell you what's going on there. Councillor Jarvis.
And maybe this would be a quick question. From my perspective, in light of more information that has come forward this morning, and maybe some enlightened thinking on my part, the question is, do we have another option? That would be to revisit our original resolution and either revise it or come up with something else, because I'm having trouble with the options that are before us right now.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to pretend or say that question goes to you, in that he's talking, Councillor Jarvis is referring to a resolution from a prior month. What are our options?
Yeah. Go forward.
Yes, that's more my.
Our July 11th, 2023 Council Resolution P 2023-051. the resolution carried by council, directing staff.
Sorry, what is your question?
Would it be possible to is there a possibility that we, if we chose as council, to revisit that motion and perhaps change it? Not change it, but change it.
So if there was a motion on the table for motion to reconsider, that can happen at the first regular meeting following the meeting in which it was passed. So at this meeting today, we can have a motion to reconsider that motion. You vote on the motion for reconsideration. If that passes, then you re-vote on that motion.
Okay. And the reason I ask, Mayor, is it seems to me in discussions that there is a close to a consensus between the two cottage associations, whether that is a true reflection of what the community wants or not, I don't know. But there seems to be this impetus to get this done, obviously. So that's where the sense of urgency comes from in all this. But if these two associations, I'll use that term because it just makes sense, are so close, why don't we go back and change our resolution and give it back to them to finish up? Since they're so close, I don't see why they can't come to us with a final a decision on their part as to what they want. I hear silence, but that's okay.
Well, I think perhaps we should,
We're all thinking.
well, and I think perhaps we should see how the discussion continues. But at least we know one option that we can consider is rescinding or therefore and thereby revisiting the motion of last month, if that's the way this conversation goes.
Yeah. Okay. That's those are my comments.
Anyway, Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I want to go back to a statement that was made a couple of minutes ago by our planning department. And that was the statement that said there is a want to delete a part of the official plan. So that is not too descriptive to me. We've heard from a number of different people that they would like to have a part of the official plan removed, which is the part that has facts and figures in it. It was a weaponized tool used in 2014 in the official plan to embed those figures into the official plan so that it'd be so hard to remove them that that it would take amazing amounts of dollars to do. And I think that's a flaw. And I've talked to 6 different planners and got 2 different opinions on this. If this were to be simply to remove the gross floor area out of the official plan, but keep it in the bylaws, which is what everybody has to abide to, what is the issue? I think the issue is if it was removed from the official plan, but the bylaws are still in place, we'd probably save about $50,000 in planning. So to Councillor Jarvis's point, to bring this back with 3 options, I don't think is going to get us to the right place. So I think we need to, at the end of this conversation, reconsider the motion that's on the floor and reconsider where we're headed with this, because I think there's an answer that can be mediated, or an answer or a solution that can be brought to us where we don't have to go through all these expenses. And me not being a planner, I made a simple statement here, you know, possibly remove the gross floor area from the official plan, but leave it in the bylaws and worry about that. If you want to change the bylaws, you can change them later without being such a great expense. And, you know, at the will of 6 Mile Lake. So I'll leave it at that, but I think we are headed down a road here, which is just a cause of spending as much money as we can, involve as much planning, arithmetic as we can to solve a very simple problem, which is remove the GFA but keep it in the bylaws. Take it out of the official plan, but keep it in the bylaws.
I'm gonna ask Jeff just to bring up the presentation he had for a minute. And the official plan amendment boils down to this, the lines that are stroked out in red, right? It's really what it is. You want to maybe zoom a little bit more if we can. Okay. So I ask you, we deal with a lot of minor variances, and it says in general. Okay, but this part we're stroking out in general. Okay, it doesn't say shall the moment. In general, okay. The size of the dwelling shall not exceed, okay? And we've been working with this since 2014 on a lot of individual site specifics, and you're saying, well, that's the problem. We've been doing it, but we've also been balancing that off a lot of things by getting things in return. Okay, additional restoration. And I think you saw something like that this morning, okay, that we can get when we have policy in the official plan that gives us direction overall. The planning department has never said to 6 Mile Lake or to anybody else that we aren't willing to take a look at how it's implemented. But the outright deletion of the policy at the moment is too broad and too gross in its extent. We want this to stay, because when you do a minor variance, it's one of the tests. Is it in conformity with the official plan? You just went and deleted one of the most important sections in terms of that question overall. Okay, within that. And it's gone. And he said, leaving it to the zoning bylaw kind of removes that. So you want to go back to process. Okay. We firmly, and I'm not going to vary from that, believe that overall this should be part of community. Okay. And it's always been a community plan. Going back to Councillor Cooper's concerns and all the rest of it and comments is that it needs to be done today, as opposed to last year's or 2 years ago surveys or participation. We never varied on that. Okay, and we're open to taking a look at things that are going to improve the lake overall. So you're saying, take this out, let's deal with this at the zoning stage. Sorry, taking this out actually to me just guts the plan in terms of one of the most important things, single things and kind of thing overall that's going to that. And we're trying to come back to see where there's ability to work within this, or maybe not the number, 275, 276, 3,045, don't know. Okay, within that, but that should be part of community's discussion. And I don't think at the moment, unfortunately, from what we heard from the public, that everybody's in agreement with the association or ratepayers association that they belong to. And, and I was saying, I think that is worth some money. I really do. Okay?
Well,
And we do think that money is available.
That's fine. You've answered my question. I thank you for your planning opinion, and let it be known that it's just that, a planning opinion, and that it's not the opinion of every planner. It's the opinion of the planning department here at the Township of Georgian Bay. And that my original statement remains that I believe, and you said one of the determining factors for you when you're assessing things is to look at the official plan. It's not the only resource you have. I believe if you're going to make a decision based on what you're saying, there's other methods to make that decision outside of what's in the official plan. There's the official plan bylaws, which are attached to it. And the opinion I've got from other planners is there should be no facts and figures in the official plan. It's an overarching document that basically explains the way we would like to see things progress in the future. And having facts and figures there has its problems as well. So I appreciate you explaining to me your opinion on this, and I will take it as your opinion on this. And I appreciate your comments very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I've seen various hands go up and down and change around, but I'm just going to take them now in the order I currently see them, which would be Councillor Predcoat next.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. So, combination of thoughts and comments. I think when we heard the depositions when we made the decision to offer the money for, mediation facilitation. I believe we all thought they were inches apart and that we were only giving them a nudge to help come to a conclusion as to what we were doing about this particular amendment. Whether we were removing it, changing the GFA number, whatever we were doing with it, we were inches away, and those two bodies were representing the interests of the majority of the association. I think what we've learned is that it's not that easy. And I suspect that these two organizations, if they were going to come together because they were inches apart, they maybe would have done that already. I think we're looking at the likely scenario that if we were to use option A, we wouldn't come to a necessarily a satisfactory resolution for those two parties. I think if we went through option B, I think right now we're looking at a large sum of money and 9 months of time. I think that option, begs the question, why wouldn't we just, we'll wait and do the OPA review that's scheduled to happen. My perspective is I think that if these two organizations representing what they think is the communities that they are a part of can come to a conclusion on their own, I think option 3 brings us back to council to make a final decision, and hopefully those parties would have come to a place where they can collectively state that they speak for the entire community on this issue, and we can make a decision on the amendment for the official plan, or else we have to make a decision on our own as to what's the best planning direction for the township and for 6 Mile Lake. I don't see, from just starting off at these two items that are being removed from, potentially being removed from the official plan, to all of the discussion of the implication of bylaws underneath them, that we would come to a quick and satisfactory solution in option 1 or option 2. So I'll listen to see what other people say, but I think we need to bring people back to make a final decision, and I don't think we can handhold them through a very long and expensive process.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship. A few comments here. So if I may ask you to provide me with a little bit of latitude, that'd be great. What is being proposed are, according to my opinion, additional astronomical costs. We saw that in a previous report. The reports came down drastically relative to that previous report, but the costs associated with what's being proposed relative to what has already been passed, which was $5,000 towards a facilitator / mediator. The increase was $29,000 and $43,000 respectively to the two suggestions that were made by planning here today, not factoring in the cost of perhaps what it would be or what it would take for us to defend at the OLT, which could be upwards in the 50s to 60s of thousands. And to Councillor Predko's logic, I would agree and say that if we were going to endeavor to allocate the funds that staff are requesting, that it would just make sense that we do so in a larger format. I've heard today by everyone in this room, including council, staff, and its participants, that the community should drive this. And the community is driving this. We fail to recognize that. As mentioned in the past, two lake associations represent the majority of cottagers. There are a few in council today that feel that perhaps their voices are not being represented by either one of the lake associations, even though they are members of the lake associations, but they are 4. And with that, the community has spoken through their two lake association leaders. The two lake association leaders have put forward their positions recently in a sign of good faith to council that they are prepared to proceed with discussions. And we've heard today from Mr. Sherback that he's optimistic that both of them can come to a resolution, albeit with some help through a facilitator. I also want to draw note that we have taken a laissez-faire approach in the past. It's been a decade since this matter has been or has become contentious on 6 Mile Lake. And over the past 2 terms of council, we have taken a you deal with it yourself approach. And here we still are today. And lastly, I do want to also bring to the attention that from last council to this council, one thing that we haven't factored in was vacations. So from the time of receiving budget and approval to have a facilitator support the 2 associations to now, both association heads have been in and out of the area due to family obligations and vacations. And so we have to also be cognizant of the fact that it is summertime and they do have families and personal lives as well that may hinder it. So with that being said, again, I'm going to strongly recommend that we stay the course here today. We've heard from Mr. Sherbeck that this is just the beginning of the dialogue. It would still need to be vetted through the public, through different means, which is through mailers and town halls and all of the other steps that are required in order to ensure that the majority of the community wishes and approves what is being presented by the 2 lake association heads. This is not a fait accompli. This is not a final decision by the 2 heads. And then it does have to finally return back to council for our decision. We're not delegating that responsibility to these 2 associations or the working group with the facilitator. And as such, again, I'm going to reiterate, this seems to be the most cost effective. As per our strat plan, we do need to be fiscally responsible and the most prudent approach in trying to resolve this and pragmatic approach. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, do you want to jump in before I make some comments and then perhaps we go to a second round?
Sure, why not? I'm not opposed at all to tossing in 5K and seeing if the 2 sides who are currently debating things could get to some consensus. I do believe that if they were to find consensus, that they should be responsible then for basically selling it to their groups and then demonstrating to council that they have consensus amongst their groups. So for example, we had over 200 letters of interest, concern, whatever, in the previous go around. I would think that if we threw 5K out there and said, go do something, facilitator or whatever, that we should expect 200 letters coming back saying, yeah, we love this facilitated agreement consensus, full speed ahead. So I think that would be a minimum from my perspective. But one of the things that I have to say, I was delighted with our Director of Planning's comments earlier, helping me better understand what we just went through this morning. I got the feeling that we were about to approve, although we deferred it for environmental impacts assessments, but we were about to approve a monster development on 6 Mile. And when I look at the wording in the OP, there's nothing in the wording that says we can't do it. It's not supported. It has guidelines, and I love the fact that our Director of Planning has said there is value and use in those guidelines in the OP. I have come to learn that our neighborhood plan in Honey Harbor is particularly weak because we have no numbers in the OP that specifically relate to things. And we have, it's weak and it doesn't have a good matching zoning bylaw that goes along with it. So sadly, all the work that we did as a community to come up with a neighborhood plan isn't anywhere near as strong as all the other neighborhood plans, because they matched zoning bylaws and they had numbers in the OP, et cetera. So it sounds to me that these are important factors. They're in there, they're flexible, and we as council could easily approve that application that came forward to us this morning, even though it dramatically exceeds the guidelines in the OP, because it, as it's pointed out there in their guidelines, it's in general. So I'm not really sure that there needs to be a change, but I'm fully supportive of trying to diffuse the challenges in the community and toss out, you know, some money, get a facilitator, and see if she can bring the groups together and build a consensus from which they will have to sell that to their membership and then demonstrate to us at council that it's not just a few people in a group, but all of those people that wrote in letters presumably are people who are watching carefully what's going on. And if their leaders come to a consensus, presumably they will follow and provide support for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure where to start. I mean, there's no question that since I'll say 2016, because I don't know the exact date. It was 2016 or so that I think there was a hold put on applications in 6 Mile Lake for a couple of years, extended to 2 years, because there was concern about the 2014 zoning bylaw. So the conversation's been going on for at least half a dozen years. And I found that the 2019 survey, while you know you could criticize it in some ways, was an attempt by the residents, and we heard from over half the residents to get their opinions, and of course they varied. But I read that survey to say that there was an interest in, shall we say, softening the gross floor area restrictions somehow. And of course, the somehow is that's you know the details that can mess everything up. But that's my interpretation from that. We received at this council, excuse me, the Ratepayers Alliance application to remove a number of lines from the official plan, and I think they made it quite clear to us that was step one, and that you know following steps would be reviewing the zoning bylaw with regards to square footage. So here we find ourselves right now. I think we're all interested, at least I certainly personally am interested. I would love to hear if the ratepayers and the cottagers are within inches, within centimeters, heck, within meters or feet. I don't care what measure you use. If they're close, I think investing $5,000 in seeing whether they can come to an agreed figure would be very useful. But I also think it's extremely important for all of us to understand that even if they come up with a figure that they all agree to, or an approach or something, that doesn't end the situation. Then that's in effect says in front of council that a portion of the 6 Mile Lake residents believe that the numbers should be changed, or the system should be changed from the current X to their suggested Y. We then, if we chose to follow up on that, would have to take that Y to the residents as a whole through public meetings and say, here's what's being proposed. Who wants to comment on it? Because that's the standard procedure of doing an official plan review, is you have public meetings. and the public meetings give people an opportunity to comment. And I think we as council, and again, I'm speaking for myself, not for council as a whole, but what I sensed from council was we were hesitant to jump to a conclusion on the ratepayers official plan application, because it was possible that we would have said no to that application. And that would have, upset lots of people. And it shouldn't have been the end of the discussion. Or it's possible we would have said yes to it. And then that would upset another group of people. And, there could have been appeals and all that stuff. And I don't think council wants to go down that road. Having said that, what is in front of us right now is we know we have this outstanding application from the ratepayers that at some point a decision is going to have to be made. The ratepayers have agreed to some patience while we see whether something like facilitation of discussions could help. But at the end, either they withdraw that application or we vote on it. That's where we're headed. In the meantime, in my opinion, investing $5,000 on facilitating discussions, as long as we're clear to everyone, those facilitated discussions would not lead to a final decision. They just lead to perhaps improved information for us. I think a $5,000 investment in that facilitation is money well spent. Because the longer we talk about all this, the more time, the more money, the more stress is applied to this whole thing. And I would love them to come back to us and make a joint presentation 1 or 2 months down the road saying, well, we've talked it over like crazy for the last so many years. And we think that if we made the following 3 changes, we'd be in a much better place. I'd happily spend $5,000 to get that. I'm not sure it will achieve it, but if there's belief that it could, then I don't think we should hesitate to spend the $5,000. At the same time, I don't want our planning staff spinning their wheels if all of a sudden 1 or 2 things that are in front of us get withdrawn or changed, and all of a sudden we're asking different questions. And I know it's testing our patience, but I think that in my mind, the best thing to do is try the facilitation, understanding very clearly that any facilitation is not going to lead to a final mediated result that we're going to approve with a bylaw. No, it's going to add to the discussions taking place. But it might be a very useful add if we get 2 of the more vocal groups on the lake saying, yeah, we're going to sing in harmony out from the same song sheet. Wouldn't that be nice? Around a campfire, perhaps, as long as there isn't a fire ban. With that, I already see hands up, so let's do a round 2, and let's see if we can't start narrowing down what we want to do today. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, Councillor Hazelton, I think $5,000, if it was going to get us down the road with regards to these 2 associations, even though something was to come before council later on, is a good idea. My concern is the time it's going to take to get this all done. Is it possibly going to overlap with our OP review anyway? So what's the point in doing this when we're looking at an OP review in 2024 as things currently stand? We're getting very close to that now. We're in the second half of 2023. I'm not even sure I understand why we're even pursuing this in that regard. Because of that, these things take time. By the time they come to us with their proposal, we'll be very late in the year and almost into 24 when an OP review is on the books as it is. So I do wonder about that. Having said that, I do find myself in agreement with your and Councilor Hazelton's idea. If $5,000 are going to get us or get the 2 associations in agreement, then I'd be happy to do that, so long as we can figure out a best way to do that, to give them the money and have it work for everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you. And through you again, Mr. Mayor. There's been a lot of questions asked about why not wait? I was around here the last time we went through a total official plan review. And the reason that we're in this situation today is because there was a lot of waiting. And if we wait, this council won't be approving this official plan. This new drafted official plan will be the next term of council that'll be doing that. And I think we want to stay in the present on this. I'm just going to elaborate a little bit on Councillor Hazelton's comments, and that was that the guidelines in general are there today. And they read today such that there is room for, I'll call it wiggle room. As he said, if you read it, yes, they're there, but yes, you can apply and you can build bigger if you present your case properly. 5 years ago, there was an interim control bylaw put in to remove the ambiguity, can't say that word very well, but that's what it is, to tighten this up. So there would not be the ability to work around the figures that were in the official plan. And that scared a lot of people. And that's why it's raised its head again. There was a 2-year period where there was no applications put in because they were trying to tighten up the wording in the official plan so that there could be no movement or any overages. So I want to continue down the same path that other councillors have expressed, that the investment of $5,000 is a good investment. If these two associations are that close together, and I've talked to both association presidents and they say they are very close, I think we need to put a time limit on this. If we're going to grant them this money and they're going to move in and have fruitful discussions, I don't want to see this take a year. I think we need to have an answer from them. Either they're going to come up with a collective agreement between the two of them, or they're not, and then we change direction at that point. So those are my comments. I think there's the ability to move this forward, and I'm willing to support the money for a negotiated settlement between the two sides. Hopefully that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. So I'm in agreement, I think, with a lot of things that are being said. I would like to feel that these organizations have a mandate to try to come to a resolution in a shorter period of time. I think our October time period that's in the report from staff may be reasonable if people can come to a conclusion on that, and I would support the $5,000 facilitated, but I would like to make sure that it's either publicly broadcast, so that it's not a closed session, so that people in the community can feel that they are aware of the progress. And I think before they come back to council, if they come to an agreement, it would be helpful if, just like a union negotiation, if they could get some sort of ratification from the community. So whether that's just a survey with people responding agreement or not agreement, that I think that would help. Give council more information and perspective on the level of support that the compromise position may come to. But again, I don't think we should be spending time getting more complicated than that, because I do think we should get this as direction for where the OPA review should begin, and not be part of the OPA review. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. Councillor Graziano. Jarvis, how did you sneak in there? You were already on this round. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship. And I do apologize if you happen to hear my teeth chatter. It's likely because I'm right under the air conditioner. It's a bit chilly in here today. With regards to the timeline, I would say that what will likely hold the timeline specifically for these negotiations is going to be the rate in which the mediator charges, and because ultimately there's a fixed amount of costs and the amount of time that's going to be involved in there. But I agree. I think that there needs to be some accountability from both parties. And ideally, what I would hope to see, and I'll defer to staff on the terms of reference that they provide to the facilitator or mediator, is that yes, both parties agree to do and engage as quickly as possible, barring any unforeseen travel or vacation. And then two, that a final report from the facilitator is returned back to council, advising council on where the two parties stand post facilitation process and what the outcome was, if that is possible. I also do want to put on record that I've endeavored to review a few different options, specifically in assistance and of course to staff's time. I've engaged a couple of mediators that may be of interest to staff, which I will be providing their details after our conversation today, that could be helpful in identifying mediators. And these are all mediators that come with strong accreditations, both from the OLT, vice chairs, as well as in planning law. So I'll provide those details to staff. They are readily available for assistance in this matter. But in the end, again, I am optimistic that the two, based on my conversations with the two associations, that a common ground or common position will likely be found, after which they can begin the next stage of the process, which would be socializing it to the communities and capturing input from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hazelton, do you want to add anything to this round?
No, I think I've said enough. Thanks, Mike.
Okay. I find the conversation we're having today interesting. And interesting in a couple of ways. I think we may have, and I'm throwing this out there so we can have a quick chat about it, but we may have been drifting away in a strange way from having a public facilitation. And I say this in spite of what I just heard from Councillor Predko, because I'm afraid, Councillor Predko, your thoughts had me thinking in that, one of the concerns that we've had for a while, I believe, and it's been emphasized in the last month, is that if this, whether you call it mediation or facilitation or somehow getting the two sides together type of terminology, that it should all be very public because the results are going to have public consequences. My concern is if we go down that road, we're adding significantly additional costs and monies and time to the whole process. Whereas part of what we've been talking about actively is that we have these two groups that claim that they're close to agreeing on something. So I'm going to throw out something that's totally opposite to what I was thinking about earlier. I admit that, but which I think might be more practical. And that is we already made a resolution last month that basically, I believe, set the $5,000 budget and said, find somebody to help these folks come together. I'm suggesting, why don't we continue down that road, not add to it the broad-based public facilitation, because that's going to be coming next year anyway, but add to it that we are not obligated to accept, approve, make into law the conclusion, but rather just to receive the report as information from the facilitator. And the reason I say that is it makes it far less cumbersome to get this exercise done. I get the sense from most counselors that they don't mind spending $5,000 on trying to get these two groups to come to some form of agreement. And I believe that if we're actually successful and sometime in, say October, November, we get a facilitator report that says the two groups have talked and they believe that the changes to the official plan and zoning bylaw should contain the following half dozen items. I don't know what it'll be, but I'm just making something up here. That will be a great guideline. We would then, in 2024, take that on our public consultation tour that I suspect we're going to do anyway for an official plan review. But now we have valuable input that gives staff a good starting point as to where there might be reasonable consensus on 6 Mile Lake. It's impossible to come up with an answer that's going to satisfy everybody. We know that. That's true of the entire township. It's not unique to 6 Mile Lakes. We got people here, we got people here, and we want to get somewhere in this range that people are going to have to live with because it's the best compromise for all of us. But wouldn't it be nice if the two associations that have had at times strained conversations were actually be able to come back to us with a, well, you know, this might be a reasonable compromise, or this might be the range that we want to talk about instead of this. And I think, so anyway, my thought is, why don't we take what the resolution that we had last month and basically just add to it by narrowing down the focus. Don't bring in the massive public facilitation, but at the same time, make sure everybody understands, the participants as well as the general public, that what we're looking for our $5,000 investment is a report on what consensus they were able to achieve. And that's just a point of information that's not the answer. And that way, you know, we might actually make some progress forward in this whole thing. Those who want things to happen really quickly might be frustrated, but if it means that we get some conversations, you know, behind us, it might still help us move forward. Anyway, my thoughts, I would say, let's have one more round quickly as to whether we want to seriously consider one of the options that were presented to us of the three options, or I'll call it a fourth option of just simply adding to the resolution from last month in a format that satisfies our clerk, that we narrow down our expectations and maybe even increase our expectations if we want to say that we want to report by October or November or something like that. Anyway, my thoughts. Apologize for the phone ringing in the background. It clearly is unsolicited. I guess I should have said it. And Councillor Predko, over to you. Sorry.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. We're all afraid to jump in too quickly. So I appreciate your proposal. The one question I have, and it's maybe a question for the clerk, is we deferred the vote on the official plan amendment that was presented back in, I think, June. Do we not have to vote on that again?
Point of clarity, if I may, sorry. The Ratepayers Alliance provided the township with a letter advising that they would allow for an extension to a certain date, if memory serves me correctly.
So that will expire. So I guess if we're making an amendment, I think we have to have an inclusion of revisiting the original OPA amendment motion.
If we can get the planning staff to confirm, I believe the extension was until our October meeting, but I might be mistaken.
So the resolution was referred back to staff, which doesn't give it a specific deadline to return for us to make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm agreeing with your thoughts on the fourth option, and I'll give my reason why. I've spent a lot of time on 6 Mile Lake talking in this last 2 weeks to members of the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association. And
they've expressed to me that they understand there's a new demographic coming to the lake, and they understand that there's more people moving up to turn their seasonal residents into their full-time residents. And there is a need for movement, but what that movement is, nobody can tell me. And I think by engaging in this fourth option and probably going to bed at night and praying that these two groups get together and come up with a common ground that we can move forward with, I think that's the best option at this point in time. If I hadn't have gone up and talked to people, I would say 2 weeks ago, this is a waste of time. But I really do get a sense that there is movement, that there is a genuine will to get to a common ground here. So I will support option number 4 and hope that the two groups can get together and we can come up with a modest modification to what we have that exists now, and that both sides are not going to be happy, but both sides can accept it. So that's my comments for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Actually, just lowered my hand. I just finding myself in agreement as per Councillor Bochek's comments. If we can find a way of taking the resolution that we had at the last meeting and revise it in a manner that you've suggested, I'd be in agreement with that.
All right. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you through your worship. I would concur then at the same time. I would agree and second or move if you need a mover on an option number 4, specifically where we've defined and ensured that there's expectations and accountability. And if I may impart some unsolicited wisdom, by picking up your phone, you may get a good deal on duct cleaning services. Thank you.
The biggest challenge there is I own 0 ducks. But somehow these unsolicited callers don't understand what that actually means. I do not have any ducks in my house, but that's totally unrelated to our conversation here, isn't it? Our clerk has been busy, and she drafted up a possible resolution that she may now want to redraft.
No, I would just like to say Mr. Smith has been busy, but thank you for the credit.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Smith. And it reads that be it resolved that whereas council will provide monies for a facilitated meeting between the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance and the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association, it is noted that council is not obligated to accept, adopt, approve, or otherwise deal with the findings in any facilitated solution. I think that sounds rather negative, that last part of it, but we'd be foolish not to take it as good information. Council, you want me to call that sort of vote? And if you do, then Miss Clerk or Madam Clerk, can we come up with a mover and a shaker?
Do we need a due date?
Well, the one pressure we're going to have is that the Ratepayers Alliance always can pull the plug and say they want us to vote on their application, which we can do. I'm just optimistic that they won't pull the plug if there's, while they are having a facilitated discussion. Okay, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder.
Graziano and Jarvis.
Okay, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that whereas council will provide monies for a facilitated meeting between the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance and the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association, it is noted that council is not obligated to accept, adopt, approve, or otherwise deal with the findings of any facilitated solution. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And I'm optimistic and confident that the two 6 Mile Lake associations will take full advantage of the facilitated conversations to come up with some suggestions for us to consider as we go forward on all this. And thank you very much for that conversation. So, and now we have a minor variance fees and costs application for 226 Echo Bay Road. And Mr. Smith, I believe that is coming from you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And September 22, almost a year ago, Wycrafts, who owned 2026 Echo Bay Road, had applied for a minor variance for a dock and a boathouse. In January of this year, the Committee of Adjustment did approve an application for a dock and a boathouse. The issue that's come about was there was a change or a deletion that was made on the original application form, removing the request for relief from the maximum width provisions of the bylaw. In other words, they originally had asked for width, approval for increase in width. It was in the application, together with a number of other requests for variances. But the application is processed by the planning department. When that application in our file hold at the moment that has it, it was struck out. A line was drawn through the request for the width addition. It's unclear where, when, how, or whatever it is that the deletion was made, but at the moment they would like their boathouse to be wider than the bylaw allows for. And they're, of course, quote unquote, stuck now with a bylaw with the building department saying, well, no, you didn't get approval for that. And no, they didn't get approval for it. It was struck from their application form. So, and again, as I said, we don't know who, where, when, why, or how. Okay, all we know is that it wasn't approved, and because it wasn't asked for at the end of the day in the application form. An application form is the responsibility of the applicant to fill out, to tell us what they're asking for. We do provide assistance at times for that, but we're very careful when we do that, as in telling you, as the applicant, what you need, as opposed to you telling us what it is that you need. But with a very complicated bylaw, we find ourselves kind of halfway in between the two. Yeah. And this is where we end up with these little problems at times. Okay. There are 7 things that need to be varied for your application, and you only fill out 5 of them. Well, we process 5. You go, well, what about the other 2? Well, that's your fault, right? You didn't apply for them. But in this particular cases, we also take a look at the application and kind of go, sir, madam, you're actually short these 2 also. So we'll be taking a look at that. But really, legally, we're not responsible for you missing the 2. In this particular case, I said we're not quite sure who, where, when, or why the deletion was made. But in talking with the Wycrafts, we've agreed that we would ask council to waive the minor variance application fee for the dock for the boathouse with consideration, and the Wycrafts will cover off the other costs associated with the application, which is some minor things with signs and so on and so forth. And that's because there is no guarantee or whatever it is that, we didn't do it, they didn't do it. Who did do it? I can't tell you. It goes back to last year and nobody has that kind of information. So we're recommending at the moment that the council authorize the waiving of the minor variance application fees for John and Sandra Wycraft for should be 226 Echo Bay Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Bocheck, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, you said that if somebody brings an application in and they want 7 things, but they only apply for 5, you're not going to get the other 2. But didn't they apply for that and it got stroked out by someone?
Yeah, but maybe they have stroked it out.
Well, maybe they had stroked it out
Right,
too.
and that's where we can't say who struck it out.
All right, then I support
And
support what you're talking about here then.
The other, because when they struck it out, when we looked at the table has the bylaw requirement. What is the bylaw requirement? And on the other part of the table, it says, what are you asking for? Okay, bylaw requirement, what are you asking? The bylaw requirement said, I'll just use the number 5. The other side of the table said they were applying for 4.95. Well, if you're applying for less than what the bylaw is, you don't need the variance. So it was struck out, but it didn't match with the drawings.
But we don't know who struck it out. So
No,
basically
well,
you're asking them to come back, reapply for it.
Yeah,
but we're
that's the
gonna
only thing we
cover the
can't do.
cost.
The only thing we can't do.
Yeah, okay, I'm fine with this. No other questions.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I've been following along on this matter quite closely as the Wycrafts have contacted me for assistance with respect to this. I'm a little bit perplexed. My understanding was that the matter was resolved, that signs were not required to be printed and posted, and that the Wycrafts have no further involvement at this point. Is that correct, or am I missing something here?
So how about this way? I'm kind of lying a little bit to you because the answer to that is yes. We've come to a separate agreement with the Wycrafts. Fortunately, I forgot to pull it from the application. I should have done that at the very beginning. So the answer to your question is yes. We have notified the Wycrafts that our interpretation of the bylaw allows them to move forward and it's not required. So I guess in some respects, you can take me to task for wasting your time a little bit here in that this is not going to be required. Okay. But I did feel it was a good short discussion to have about how some of these things come about and how we can resolve them. So my apologies to yourself and the council for wasting your time on this because it is not required at the end of the day. But I had not pulled it from the agenda and should have done that as soon as we started.
Well, no apologies needed. Thank you for the clarification. I was just under the impression that there was no further actions on this. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Mayor, maybe you can take a secondary consideration about whether or not the application should be discussed any further, or the report should be discussed any further.
Well,
and that the planning department would.
I'm going to give Councillors Jarvis and Predko an opportunity to make comments if they're so inclined, but if we don't require the motion, then I won't bother reading it. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Mayor. And I just find myself getting a little bit more confused as this discussion moves along. So I understand the request. And at one point I thought, okay, I understand this and we'll be seeing this back at Committee of Adjustment. But are we saying because of the nature of their application, it is not coming back to Committee of Adjustment?
We've sat down as a planning department long and hard and together with building and took a look at the way the bylaw is structured. And for the Wycrafts came to an understanding that it is not required for their width for their building permit.
So we won't see it at
That
Committee of
is
Adjustment.
correct.
I was just wondering if I had to add it to the list of things I have to look at it next month. Okay, thank you.
And that was my question.
I think it should be noted that the application, like the drawings, everything that was presented to the Committee of Adjustment are not changing in any way. And so it's not, the Committee of Adjustment approved the application for the boathouse and dock based on the information provided, but what the Committee of Adjustment didn't have was that it required one additional variance per one interpretation or a couple of interpretations. So it's not like they've changed their design in any way. And I think that's an important thing for all of us to understand. All right, I see hands going all over the place here. Is this, Madam Clerk, is this motion now been officially withdrawn? Or even unofficially?
Unofficially, because no one's actually said it, and I don't have the authority to say that.
Right. I would say that the motion has not been placed on the table by any individual councillor, and the planning department will withdraw the report. And again, sorry for the confusion.
Okay. Well, given that, I think we're now on to the new business section of our agenda, and I'm not aware of any new business. And so that means I can go to the confirmation bylaw, which says, moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Predko, be it resolved that Planning Council adopt bylaw 2023-084 to confirm the proceedings of the August 15th, 2023 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I see with my hand, I see at least 4, and I'm probably missing 1 or 2 others, but that's fine. I'll say that is carried. And moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Planning Council is now adjourned at 12:59 p.m. until September 12th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then the only question is,
Sorry, you're not finished, Mr. Mayor. If I may take a minute there when you're done.
yeah, well, I wanted to take a minute too. But before I do all that, I also want to double check Committee of Adjustment. How long does everyone need to eat before we go to Committee of the Whole? Do I hear 30 minutes or hear 45 minutes?
30 minutes.
Okay, now, before we exit this, I think it's very appropriate for us to say thank you to Mr. Smith. He's been with us, I think it's just shy of 2 years. Is that correct, David?
Feels like 10.
Okay. And, I recall that when Mr. Smith arrived in planning at our little township, our planning department was a mess. Yeah, when he came, I believe there were 2 other employees who left a month later, and I don't think their departure had anything to do with Mr. Smith's arrival. And look at us now. The change for the better in our planning department, in the planning regime for our township over Mr. Smith's time with us, I think has been very significant. And I think we should all be very grateful for the time that Mr. Smith has given us and the guidance he has shared with us. And my only regret, frankly, is that he's leaving. Mr. Smith.
Thank you for the kind words, Mayor Coutier. Thank you to council. Thank you for the differing opinions, for the disagreements, for the agreements. Welcome to a kind of an ugly business in a way, right? In some respects, it's obviously not engineering, it's not math. And the emotions and the commitments to your communities. And don't get me wrong, you have different visions. It's not all the same. But I do think there's a core at the very bottom that is quite simply is your concern for your communities. And that's to be respected, and that is to be appreciated from a planning perspective. I do hope that, except the short amount of time that I've been here, that I have been of assistance to you and to your deliberations and to maybe your way of thinking. And I'd like to thank the CAO and our staff for their very, very significant support of keeping the planning department kind of running on that. And I know Karen and Sydney and Christine and Kaylee and so on and so forth, that without them and their staff that have been doing things that you don't see, we would not have been anywhere near as somewhat successful where we are. They do still have a ways to go, but I think definitely with the core that you have still have sitting in the department, that Deb and Shania and Jeff will serve you well. And I know that the CEO is actively pursuing the director of planning position. And I'll say this because I think we did hire today a planning admin. So I know that Amy probably would have liked to have sent that out, but I'm going to steal her thunder in that regard and say that that has been finished today. So you continue to build, and I'm very enthusiastic and about where I think you're going to be able to go. There are challenges, but thank you again for your assistance and your input to all of this and the informing of my practice going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I just wish I was there in person to shake your hand and thank you very much. I know we've had some very good and for me, very informative conversations around planning, and I greatly appreciate your input. All right. I'm going to ask our clerk, when can you next be sitting at your desk? Because it's pointless for the rest of us to come back until you're there.
1:30.